Everyone, we will open this meeting of the Illinois Board of Review for today, July 18th, 2023. I am Kenneth Woodson, Board Chair. The board and other panelists will introduce themselves, after which we will begin by asking the Law Department to share with us any cases that have been resolved through continuance or otherwise settled. You should also note that everyone except for the board members themselves have been muted, principally to eliminate the need for background noise and other distractions. Ask that you would pay close attention to the list of cases that are called. If your matter has been noted as moot or moot complied, that means you're finished for today. You don't need to hang around if you don't want to. If you need explanation as to what those terms mean, call the administrator's office and someone will explain that to you. Please don't interrupt today's hearing requesting an explanation. Just note that matter's been resolved for today. Understood? And we asking everyone to participate, to be stationary during the time that you're on screen and your case is being presented. This is as if you were in a courtroom itself. So please be dressed appropriately. Please do not be in bed or reclining or otherwise engaged in other activity. We need you to be focused on your hearing. It's important that you get a fair hearing. We can't do that for you if you are not dressed appropriately or aware and present. And we will ask you to be muted when you aren't presenting. Thank you very much. Again, I'm Kenneth Woodson. The board will introduce itself as well as our panelists.
I'm Steve Bennett, board member.
Beverly Penn, board member.
Ken Washington, board member.
Ryan McSherry, board counsel.
Richard Wade, board administrator.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone from the law department who will present matters that have been settled or continuance requests, etc.?
Hi there, Mr. Chairman. My name is Corey Fedorovich. I am a certified legal intern with the city law department under supervision of Dejanay Davis. Today, I'm going to be reading in all of the moots and continuance requests.
Okay. I'd ask you to spell your last name, please.
Absolutely, sir. Last name is F like Frank, E, D like dog, O-R-O-W-I-C-H. My screen should still be visible, but I was having audio issues, so I had to join Jeff Cohen.
Okay, first name again, Mr. Frederick.
Corey, C-O-R-E-Y.
One more time, I didn't hear that.
It's okay. Corey, C-O-R-E-Y.
Okay, Corey. And if you would just pronounce your last name one more time.
Sure, Fedorovich.
Fedorovich. Okay, Mr. Fedorovich. Welcome to the LI Board Review hearing. We trust that you've been given appropriate levels of supervision and you will learn something today.
Thank you, Mr. Woodson.
All right.
Should I start?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I'll just go in numerical order for case number 1, the appeal number ending in 3582, 4206 Alvine Street, primary appellant Jenny Zhang. That is moot complied.
Moot complied. Okay, thank you.
For case number 2, appeal number ending in 3434, address 2490 77th Avenue, appellant Lavolia Pickens. That case is moot, issued in error.
Moot, issued in error. Okay, thank you.
For case number 3, appeal number ending in 3545, address 2701 Elbridge Street, primary appellant Weisky LLC. That is moot complied.
Moot complied, thank you.
And then for cases 4 through 16, all appellant Tri-State Delivery Inc. That is all appellant request for continuance with the city not opposing. Would you like me to read those in order? With all
yes, if you would give the appeal number and the address, that should be sufficient.
Certainly. So number 4, appeal number 3318, address 4603 Oakmont Street. The next is appeal number ending 3912. Address is 1251 South 29th Street. The next is appeal number ending 3917. The address is 1523 Reed Street. Next one is appeal number 3914. Address is 411 Catherine Street. The next one is appeal number 4009. The address is 7425 Boyer Street. Next is appeal number 3915. Address is 431 Roxborough Ave. Next is appeal number 3916. Address is 700 South Mount Pleasant Road. Next is appeal 3319. Address is 5844 Magdalena Street. Next is appeal 3921. Address is 9016 Buttonwood Place. Next is appeal 3316. Address is 1735 South 13th Street. Next is appeal 3918. Address is 1013 Cantrell Street. Next is appeal 4008. Address is 117 Salignac Street. Next is appeal 3920. Address is 1522 South 18th Street. And that's that whole batch.
Okay, thank you. And all those matters will be noted as continued.
Thank you. Next is case number 18, appeal ending 3619, address 2944 West Lehigh Avenue. That is going to be a settlement agreement for City Affirmed with a 30-day stay of enforcement.
30-day stay of enforcement. Just one moment. Okay. All right, we will then call the vote on HA-2022-003619, 2944 West Lehigh Avenue. Josu Arteaga, J-O-S-U-E Arteaga. City Affirmed per agreement with a 30-day stay of enforcement.
City Affirmed per the agreement with a 30-day stay of enforcement.
City Affirmed per agreement with 30-day stay of enforcement.
City Affirmed per agreement with 30-day stay of enforcement.
Thank you very much. Okay,
All right, case number 20, ending, appeal number ending in 3531, address 2218 Ritter Street. That is moot complied.
we complied. Thank you very much.
Number 22, appeal number ending 3576, address 1640 South 5th Street. That case is moot.
Moot, okay, thank you.
Number 23, appeal number ending 3577, address 6604 North Bouvier Street. That matter is moot complied.
We complied, thank you.
Case number 24, appeal ending in 3406, address is 1234 South 46th Street. That matter is moot complied.
Now, my sheet is showing South 45th Street. Would you mind checking the address, please?
The one I have on my end is 46th Street. Can you double
Are
check
you
the
looking
list?
which,
I have an older list, though. It's number 24.
24 on this list is South 45th Street?
Yeah, so there's an error on my list. Jeff Cohen confirmed it is South 45th Street.
Okay, who's the appellant?
John Cassidy.
Okay, and the appeal type is building permit?
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
Hi, sorry, just to interrupt, I apologize for interrupting. This is Leonard Reuter. I had reached out to the board regarding this matter. The appeal form itself does say 1234 South 45th Street. However, the appeal record in Eclipse was erroneously placed under 1234 South 46th Street. So I had requested that be, and Ms. Richardson got back to me and said that would be corrected. So so everything should be South 45th Street. However, the Eclipse record and the appeal itself, all the appeal documents are currently filed in Eclipse in the system under the wrong address. So the appeal is correct, but it's the board's records that need to be moved to the proper record in per South 45th Street.
Okay, thank you for that correction. So the record should note that the correct address is 1234 South 45th Street. And what is the resolution, Mr.?
I informed
Federowski, yeah.
Mr. Federowski that it was moot complied.
Who compliant? Okay.
Yes,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Alrighty, do we have anything else?
Yes, so for case number 25, ending in appeal number ending in 3409, address is 1222 South 45th Street. That is also moot complied.
Who complied? Thank you.
Case number 26, appeal number ending in 3646, address 6337 North Broad Street. That is moot complied.
Who complied? Thank you.
Case 27, appeal number ending in 2354, address 2455 North 5th Street. That is moot complied.
Who complied? Thank you.
Case 28, appeal number ending 2352, address 2455 North 5th Street. That is moot complied.
Who complied? Thank you.
Case 29, appeal number ending 3506, address 4700 Basin Bridge Road. That is moot complied.
Who complied? Thank you.
Case 30, appeal number ending 3794, address 421 North 9th Street. That matter is moot complied.
Who complied? Thank you.
Case 32, appeal number ending 3532, address 2003 North 52nd Street. That matter is moot complied.
Who complied? Okay. Thank
Case
you.
33, appeal number ending 3932, address 3210 Bell Green Road. That matter is moot complied.
Who complied? Thank you.
Case 35, appeal number ending 3929, address 904 Scattergood Street. That matter is moot complied.
Who complied? Thank you.
Case 37, appeal number ending 3650, address 112 Mayland Street. That matter is moot complied.
Who complied? Thank you.
Case 38, appeal number ending 3303, address 160 Osborne Street. That matter is moot complied.
Who complied? Okay.
Case 39, appeal number ending 1972, address 4811 Germantown Ave. That matter is moot complied.
Who complied? Okay, thank you.
Case 40, appeal number ending 2313, address is 4450 Griscom Street. That matter is moot complied.
Who complied? Thank you.
Case 41, appeal number ending 3579, address 1909 Buckius Street. That matter is moot complied.
Who complied? Thank you.
Case 45, appeal number ending 2017, address 5648 Malcolm Street. That matter is moot complied.
Who complied? Thank you.
And then case 46, appeal number ending 2612, address 5954 North 19th Street. That matter is moot complied.
Who complied? Thank you so much. Okay.
And then one other matter, Commissioner, I'm going to be deferring to Amy Skiles from the city for number 47.
Okay, Ms. Giles.
Yes, good afternoon. For number 47, an agreement has been reached on this case. The appeal number is HA 2023-002701, 1901 Buckius Street. The appellant is Roger Thomas. This was an appeal of an intent to cease as well as the underlying violations. The cease has been lifted on the case, and we've reached an agreement with Mr. Thomas to affirm the underlying violations with a 60-day stay of stay of enforcement.
Okay, so we have a city affirmed per agreement with a 60-day stay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see,
We will
can I
not,
just clarify?
identify yourself, please?
Richard Wade, Board Administrator.
Yes, I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at the image.
Amy,
here.
Amy, just to give, was there a separate appeal filed for the violation and the cease?
No, it looked like he appealed it all in one
So
appeal.
The
He-
disposition will go on, okay. I didn't know if there was a separate appeal out there. All right, thank you.
Okay, no problem.
And it was a
Okay, then
30-day
we'll-
stay?
A 60-day stay.
Thank you.
Okay, let us call the vote on HA-2023-002701, 1901 Buckius Street, Roger Thomas. City affirmed per agreement, 60-day stay of enforcement.
You're muted, Mr. Pettit.
City affirmed with a 60-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per agreement, 60-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per agreement, 60-day stay of enforcement.
Thank you very much. Okay. Do we have anything else?
Yes, Leonard F. Reuter, REUTER, Senior Attorney for the City of Philadelphia. I sent an email to the board about an hour or so ago regarding number 44 on the list. HA 2022-001896 for 7327 Keystone Street.
Yes,
They're represented by counsel Andrew Miller, but we reached an agreement and we didn't think it was necessary for him to appear as we sent that to the board that we've agreed that the case can be marked city affirmed with 120-day stay of enforcement. I'm sorry, 90-day stay of enforcement.
city affirmed 90-day stay of enforcement per agreement, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we will call the board on HA 2022-001896, 7327 Keystone Street, Galdor Inc. City affirmed per agreement with a 90-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per the agreement with a 90-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per agreement with 90-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per agreement with a 90-day stay of enforcement.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, do we have anything else?
Good
the board-
afternoon. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. Mr. Cohen?
All right, I'll go ahead. Good afternoon, members of the board. The first matter I'd like to bring up is number 36, 6831 Norwich Drive. This was Kevin Kelly, but really the Frederick Simeon MD Foundation. We had submitted a joint continuance ahead of this hearing. I was just going to bring that joint continuance request up to the board at the
Yes,
beginning.
that
of this.
was agreed to in executive session. So that matter should be
Excellent.
noted as continued.
Thank you. And the second matter I would ask the board put on hold, number 21, 1108 to 12 Frankfurt Ave, Bally LLC. I'm actually in discussions with counsel at the moment, so please bear with us.
Okay, we will hold that till later in the hearing to give us, because there was a request for a continuance and the executive decision was not to continue the matter.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we expect to hear the case or you will share a settlement with us.
Thank you, and I'll get back to you on that with
Thank you.
appellant's counsel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So if there's nothing else, I want to bring several other matters to your attention. Number 17, that's 3003357, 1512 West Lehigh Avenue, Mustafa Abdul. Who's handling that matter for the city?
Good afternoon, Board. Dejane Davis on behalf of the City of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon, Ms. Davis. There's a matter, we believe, of corporate ownership. Is Mr. Abdul available? Is he present? Is anyone present representing the interests of this case? 1512 West Lehigh Avenue. Anyone representing that address? If you are, raise your hand so that you can be unmuted. Okay, Mr. Wade, anyone with that name appearing on the 3 screens? It's a large group today.
I am not seeing as of yet.
Okay, well, Ms. Davis, the issue that we need to resolve if we hear the case today is whether or not it's a corporate ownership.
It is,
Yeah.
in fact, the property in question is in fact owned by an LLC.
So there's a need for legal counsel.
That is correct.
Okay, and so do you know if the appellant is aware of that?
I am not sure as to whether or not the appellant is aware. I did send an email with the board CC'd on that email as well to the appellant, but I have not received any response.
Okay, so when we get to the matter, we'll raise it again.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. The next matter is okay, I believe, actually, I think we've resolved all the issues that the board was concerned about. And I believe that we are able to proceed to the list. So I think we can proceed.
Yes,
Mr. Wade?
I apologize, Leonard Reuter.
Yes,
I forgot, I had one more case that I believe we have an agreement on. It was one of the add-ons.
okay,
Trying to see what the actual number is. Yes, it's 49, 50, and 51 for that's HA 2023-002457.
which number is that?
49, 50, and 51.
49, 50, and 51, okay,
Yes, and they are represented by Meredith Ferliger, who is here.
yes, okay,
I believe we have an agreement. They've actually got their zoning permit application submitted and under review. So we have an agreement to have it marked city affirmed 90-day stay of enforcement.
enforcement. Mrs. Erlinger, I just want to make sure you put your name on the record and confirm that you in agreement with what's stated.
Meredith Ferliger, Ferleger, with Dilworth Paxson, 1500 Market Street, Suite 3500E.
Okay, just note that you confirm that the settlement is in place.
I agree with one exception. Mr. Reuter, if you remember, we had discussed 120 days instead of 90.
That's right. That's fine.
Thank you.
It should be noticed 120 days.
Yes.
Okay, all righty. We will call the vote on HA-2023-002457, HA-2023-002459, HA-2023-22, I'm sorry, 00245460. My apologies. Make sure I got them all. Okay, all of them
Try it
are
again,
related
Mr.
to,
Chair.
pardon me,
Try it again.
which one did I miss?
HA 2023-002460. You gotta put a 5 in there.
Okay, 60. My apologies. All of those matters are relating to 10075 Sam Demeyer,
Sandmeyer, I believe.
Sam Demeyer Lane, RZ Lease Incorporated. City affirmed per agreement, 120-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per the agreement with 120-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per agreement, 120-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per agreement, 120 days stay of enforcement.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Those matters are resolved. I think I have another hand up. Ms. Donato, what is your question? You're muted.
Hello?
Yes.
She's supposed to have a translator. You have a translator for her?
yes.
Okay, which matter are you asking about?
3445 King Street. We need a continuance of 120 days. We have a CBA on October 11th.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, two issues. Mr. Wade, do we have a translator for that matter?
Yes, the translator is currently in a breakout room trying to resolve another case.
Okay, and secondly, who's representing the city in this matter?
Jeffrey,
I assume she's representing Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen, you're muted.
Sorry, I apologize. Could the board read what matter this is into the record again?
This is case number 42, hearing appeal HA 2022-002713.
Okay, so this is appellant Beditza Cadillo.
Yes.
And Sunita.
So is that
Okay.
appellant
I'm
here?
Benita Cadillo, and the old
And Sunita.
property owner is her.
Okay, all right, just one moment. We do not have the translator available as we speak. The person's in a breakout room resolving a different matter. Mr. Cohen, are you aware of this issue, and is there an agreement for a continuance?
Oh, there is no agreement for a continuance. The issue is actually separate. The ZBA hearing is to legalize a two-family dwelling at the subject premises. There already is a two-family dwelling at the subject premises, and the violation is for installing that without the proper permits.
Okay,
So
well, let's
it-
do this. Yes, rather than arguing the facts at the moment,
Yes.
what we're going to do then, we will call it in order. When the translator is available, we will call it in order and we will hear the case then, okay?
Thank you very much, members of the
Okay.
board.
Okay, all right. Any other questions before we call on this? If not, Mr. Wade,
No.
Tenemos que esperar.
Give me 1 second.
yeah,
I got it.
okay.
Okay, that brings, first up on the list is case number 18. Hearing appeal number HA 2022-003619, 2944 West Lehigh Avenue.
Excuse me, Mr. Wade,
Yes,
that was already done. I think we're on case number 17. I have for that case, city affirmed 30-day stay of enforcement per agreement.
That's correct.
That's correct? So then we're on case number 17.
apologies. Case number 17, hearing appeal number HA 2022-003357, 1512 West Lehigh Ave. Mustafa Abdul.
Yes. Okay. Anyone
Good
here
afternoon,
representing
board.
Mustafa Abdul?
Yes. Good afternoon, Board. Dejanay Davis on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay. Anyone representing that address from the appellants? The appellant present? Mustafa Abdul. If you are, would you kindly raise your hand if you're muted? Because we need you to respond. If not, we will take action to resolve this matter. Okay, Mr. Wade, any hands
I see-
raised or?
No one in the name, no one in the waiting room under that name. If you give me a second, I can confirm service.
Okay.
Thank you.
Service was made.
Service is made. Ms. Davis, your preference?
Yes, the city will be requesting city affirmed due to failure to appear.
Okay, Mr. Petty, what time do you have?
1:55 PM.
1:55 PM. Thank you very much. Pardon me, is that so? Please, whoever that is, please meet that individual, please. We will poll the board on HA 2022-003357, 1512 West Lehigh Avenue, Mustafa Abdul, city affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Thank you very much. Okay. Next matter.
Case number 19. Hearing appeal number HA 2022-003561, 1228 South Carlisle Street, Renato Nadrika.
Okay. Who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Dejanay Davis on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Thank you very much. And who's representing the appellant?
I believe the appellant is here.
Oh,
Yeah, this is Renato.
Do we have the appellant, Mr. Wade?
Yes, he's speaking.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Renata, okay. Would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down. Okay, Ms. Davis, you have a witness for today?
Yes, I do. The city would like to call Tyreek Gary.
Mr. Gary? I don't see him unless he needs to.
He's here.
He's waving at you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, he may be, if you can unmute him. Yeah, he needs to be unmuted, so he can show up on my screen.
I'm here.
Okay, there you are. Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Wade, I think, did we read that one in? If we didn't,
We did.
okay. All right, Ms. Davis? Proceed,
Yes.
please. Oh,
Good
I'm sorry, I need to swear in
Oh,
Mr.
swear in,
Gary.
yes.
Yes, Mr. Gary, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Place your hand down. Okay.
May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gary.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I just want to make sure you can also hear me. Could you please introduce yourself to the board?
My name is Tariq Gary. I am the manager of the license issuance unit.
And can you explain what some of your duties are as a manager of the licensing unit?
To approve all licenses, trade, and businesses that come through our office.
And when you say all, can you give like a brief overview of what some of those licenses are?
I have 41 business licenses and over 30 trade licenses. You want me to name them all?
No, thank you. Are you familiar with the appellant's application with regards to an electrical license? The
Yes, I
appellant,
am.
okay. And how are you familiar with that application?
I sent them the letter denying the application.
Okay. And did you have the opportunity to review the L&I records as well as the public records with regards to the appellant's application?
Yes,
And would you recognize some of those documents if I were to show you here today?
yes.
Permission to share my screen, Chairman?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Mr. Gary, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Board members, can you see my screen? I want to be sure it's big enough for you guys.
Yes, as you scroll up, Exhibit C1 title, of course, is fine. As you scroll up, we'll see.
Okay, so at this time, let the record reflect, I'm showing Mr. Gary what has been marked as City's Exhibit C1. I'm going to scroll down, Mr. Gary. Do you recognize City's Exhibit C1?
Yeah, that's the appeal application that that Mr. Renato filled out.
Okay. And I'm going to scroll down to the third page of C1. It may be hard to see, but do you recognize this second document?
That's his commercial activity license.
Okay. And now I'm showing you the fourth page of the appellant's electrical license application. Do you recognize this?
That's the letter I sent out.
Now, is this letter issued through the regular course of your business as the manager of the licensing unit?
Yes,
And is this a fair, accurate copy of the denial that you sent to the appellant?
yes, it is.
Okay, and can you explain to the board the reasoning based upon this denial letter as to why the appellant's application was denied?
Well, he didn't have enough experience, work experience for an electrical contractor.
And what do you mean by enough work experience?
We require 4 years, and I believe he only submitted 2 years of W-2s.
And in addition, with those 4 years, are they required to just work anywhere? Or is there also limitations of where they can work?
Well, they have to work for a licensed electrician.
Okay, now I'm going to let the record reflect that I'm showing Mr. Gary what has been marked as City's Exhibit C2. Can you see my screen, Mr. Gary?
Yes,
Okay, I'm going to scroll down. There are a few pages here. Do you recognize this document of Cities Exhibit C2?
this is a letter that he submitted as proof of a work experience.
Okay. And to be clear, what forms are required to show, to meet that work requirement? What documents are required?
W-2s.
Okay. I'm going to scroll down to not this photo. Okay, here, what do we have here, Mr. Gary? I'm showing you page 8 of the exhibit packet.
That's just his certificate of insurance for his insurances that's
Okay.
required for the license.
Okay. Now, Mr. Gary, the information with regards to what is required to apply for an electrical license, is that information readily available to the public?
Yes, it is. It's on our website and it's also on the application.
Okay, let the record reflect, I am now showing Mr. Gary what has been marked as Cities Exhibit C3. Can you see my screen, Mr. Gary?
Yes,
Okay, I'm going to slowly scroll down. Do you recognize Cities Exhibit C3?
those are the requirements for the electrical contractor license.
And is this the information that is available on the public website?
Yes,
Okay. And here, can you just briefly read what it says to qualify with regards to experience?
to
The first sentence.
qualify, you must have a minimum of 4 years employment doing electrical work for a company licensed through a local or state jurisdiction.
Okay. Now, in addition to your
I'm sorry, Ms. Davis, would you ask me to finish reading that paragraph, please?
I just asked him to read the first full sentence.
Yeah, I'm just asking if you read the balance of that next section as well.
How far
Okay.
you want me to go?
Just go down to where it's highlighted.
Oh, yes.
Completion of 2 years of education in electrical field is equal to 1 year practical experience. Education can substitute for up to 2 years of practical experience. Proof of experience must be submitted in the form of one or more of the following: tax records reflecting employment by a licensed electrical contractor, or proof of licensure due a local or state jurisdiction.
Now, in addition to reviewing the appellant's application documents, did you also look into verifying that his employer was also licensed within a state?
Yeah, so that the employer from that letter, the license, he's a regular contractor, not an electrical contractor. He's a general.
Give me, 1 second. I'm going to let the record reflect. I'm showing Mr. Gary what has been marked as Cities Exhibit 4. Can you see my screen, Mr. Gary?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recognize this screen?
yes, that's the general contractor license for the employer.
It said okay, it says, what does it say? Are you sure? What does
Oh,
this?
electrical contract, that's
Yeah,
electrical
okay.
contractor license, yeah.
Okay, just to be clear. And what date was this license issued?
December 14th, 2020.
Okay. And I'm going to scroll down to what has been marked as Cities Exhibit C5. Can you see C5, Mr. Gary?
Yes,
Okay. Mr. Gary, what is C5? Do you
letter.
recognize C5?
Yeah, I think this is the first time I'm seeing this letter here. Too kind.
Okay, we'll move on to the next exhibit. All right, well, can I ask, are you familiar with this application number?
Yeah, that's the application that he submitted, Mr. Renato.
Okay, and Mr. Renata, to be clear, that is the employer of the appellant.
Yes.
Did you hear my question, Mr. Gary? Okay.
Miss Davis, I'm not quite certain. I'm a little confused. But what was this document is showing? What?
So if I may proffer, one of the requirements that Mr. Gary also just testified to, that the applicant must work under a licensed electrician. Right now, we're getting into the qualifications of that employer, of that said employer, with regards to the applicant's qualifications.
Right. And I understood that. I'm just saying this particular letter, what is this showing us?
Well, essentially, this is the name of the employer, Mr. Renata, that was showed earlier this year. And this is with regards to their application to obtain their electrical license.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Now I'm scrolling down, let the record reflect, I'm scrolling down to what has been marked as Cities Exhibit C6. Mr. Gary, you can still see my screen, correct?
Yes.
Okay, just want to be sure we have no hiccups. Okay. Do you recognize this document?
That is the ICC test results for Mr. Rada.
Okay, now I want to make sure I make this clear. Is it required that applicants pass their exam before applying for the electrical permit?
Yes, it is.
And can you tell us the date that Mr. Renata passed the exam?
September 8th, 2020.
Wow, that's drill.
Okay, sir, you will be able to speak when it's your turn. But Ms. Davis, also, just for the record, would you kindly just restate the appellant's name, please, so that it's on the record complete?
The appellant's name, Mr. Renato Indreca. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it incorrectly.
Okay, because it's a little confusing with
Yes.
the contractor's name, which is Trillian Rada.
Right. Okay, and I will make sure I re-ask that question also clearly. Just to be clear, Mr. Gary, is this document C6 the official exam results for the employer of the appellant?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to just briefly go back to Cities Exhibit Cities Exhibit C2. And just to clarify this record, Mr. Gary, you do recognize this first page of C2, correct?
Yes.
And what is this again?
That's the letter from the employer.
And what is the name? Can you say the name of the employer?
Drilling Rada, Eagle Electrical Construction Company.
Okay. And can you state the date in which, well, can you give a summary as to what this letter entails with regards to the appellant's, Mr. Indreca's electrical application?
Well, it's saying that Mr. Indreca worked for Mr. Rada from January 2020 to this date, which is dated March 9th. I mean, not March, May 9th, 2022.
Okay. And I'm now going to scroll down to the proof of employment that was given. Do you recognize this exhibit, page 11 of the exhibit packet?
Yes, that's the W-2 that Mr. Indreca submitted.
And can you state the name of the employer on this W-2?
Eagle Electrical Construction Company.
And the year of this W-2?
That's 2021.
I'm scrolling down to what is page 12 of the exhibit packet, still listed under Cities Exhibit C2. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's the W-2 from another employer.
And what is the name of this employer
AB Electric Contractor LLC,
and the year of this pay stub? This W-2.
2019.
And through your investigation, through your looking into the licensing application, did you also review the licensing credentials of this employer, AB Electrical Contractor?
Yes, I did. And this is the one here that he's not an electrical contractor. He's just a general contractor with the city of Philadelphia.
May I inquire, Ms. Davis? Mr. Gary, does that mean he does not have an electrical contractor's license in the city?
No, he just has he just has a general contractor license with the city.
What about other jurisdictions? Were you able to determine that?
I'm not sure of that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now I'm going to stop sharing my screen at this moment. Now, Mr. Gary, based upon the evidence that we've seen, does the appellant's employment for that year of January 2020 fulfill the requirements to obtain their electrical license?
No, they need 4 years of employment.
And so even if these the W-2s that were presented to you, based upon the W-2s that were presented to you, and the employer's lack of having a electrical license, would the W-2s provided to you even qualify towards the requirements of obtaining a license?
No, not the W-2 from 2019.
Okay, what about the W-2s for the year 2021?
Yeah, that would be valid, yes.
Now, I want to be clear, make sure I'm asking the question clearly. Was the employer of Eagle Electrical Construction Company a licensed electrician during the year of 2020?
Let me see, when did he get his license?
And Ms. Davis, I think. we should
Permission to
go
share
back
my screen again,
Yes.
Mr. Woodson?
Yes,
Okay,
if you could do
thank
that, go back up to the
Yes.
the test and the license.
Okay, Mr. Gary, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay,
So his license was issued December 14th, 2020.
so at the time when the appellant was employed at Eagle Electrical Construction Company from the year January 2020 until December 14th, 2020, was the employer of the appellants was he a licensed electrical contractor?
So the letter said since January 2020, correct? So he would have had his license in, yes.
Wait a minute.
I
think you restate the question, Ms. Davis. I don't
Yes.
think he understood your question.
Okay. From the time, I'm going to share exhibit C2 at the moment, really quickly. You recognize this first document of Cities Exhibit C2, correct?
Yes.
And in this document, it states that the appellant worked full-time for this employer, Mr. Renata, at Eagle Electrical Construction Company, correct?
Yes.
And it says that the appellant worked at this company from January 2020.
Yes.
And at that time, was the employer as of January 2020, a licensed electrical contractor?
No, he didn't get his license till that December,
Okay,
the end of the year.
I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Now, Mr. Gary, at this moment, based upon the application documents you received, is the appellate, does the appellant meet the requirements to obtain electrical contractor's license?
No, he doesn't.
I have no further questions for Mr. Gary.
Okay, thank you. We'd like to see if there's any desire by Mr. Andreka. You have any cross-examination of Mr. Gary based on his testimony?
Yes, the only thing I want to add is that I think it's ACB C3. I have a bachelor degree in electric. And that-
Okay, is that, sir, is that your exhibit C3 or are you saying that's the city's exhibit C3? Pardon me?
The exhibit that we saw.
Oh, okay, Ms. Davis, would you mind putting that up again, please? C3?
I think it's on C3. It's a document for World Education Services.
Okay, I can't see what you're holding up. She's gonna, if you, do you have that, did you submit that, Mr. Andreka, as part of your evidence?
Yes, I put it there because
Okay, wait a minute. If you did, when you put your case on, you can share that with us. But in the meantime, we're asking if you have any questions of Mr. Gary based on what he testified to.
no.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gary,
Yes,
when so-called Mr. Andrecki was working for Eagle Electric was a Philadelphia contractor at the time?
no, he wasn't licensed when he first started with him from January. He wasn't
No.
licensed until that December,
He was a Philadelphia contractor.
not until December.
Okay. When he did work for him, on his W-2s, I see there was no city wage tax paid. Did the requirement for the 2 years of being working up to an electrical contractor, do you have to work for the city of Philadelphia? Or you can work for any jurisdiction?
So he has to work for a licensed contractor.
It doesn't have to be the city of Philadelphia.
Does the contractor have to be from the city of Philadelphia?
No, does he have to work in the city of Philadelphia?
No.
Okay. And on his W-2s, I'm not sure if you could pull that back up. There's no city wage, state wage, or federal taxes paid. Am I looking at that right on the W-2?
Just one moment. Ms. Davis, are you able to pull that up for us? Ms. Davis? Okay, do we have a disconnect somewhere, Mr. Wade, or
He's muted.
Okay,
I'm sorry, I was
okay, Ms. Davis.
I
can
was
you-
muted. My apologies.
Yeah, well, please pull up the W-2, please.
Right, as I was muted, but my question was to board member,
Right.
my question was regards to the basis or the reasoning of the questions regarding the wage taxes.
Okay, well, let's pull it up, then we can get to that, okay? Pull it up first. Okay, okay, go to the one with Eagle. Yeah, that one. Is that the one, Mr. Pettit, you were looking at?
Yes.
Okay.
So-
Restate your
so-
question, please.
There's no state, city, or federal taxes paid. That's what my only question was.
Okay. All right, and Mr. Gary or Ms. Davis, any comment or information you can help us with on that?
Okay, I'm just going to add an objection for the record. I don't think this is within Mr. Gary's expertise in terms of analyzing tax documents.
Okay,
Okay,
all right, so noted. Okay,
Thank you.
but for the record, we just note that those taxes have not, they don't appear on the 2021 record for Eagle. Okay, thank you. Okay.
And I
Anything else?
believe-
Anything else from anyone? If not, I'll ask Mr. Andreka to present his case.
You know, I think
Davis?
that's why I shared my screen. The appellant was requesting to see Exhibit 3.
Okay, Would you pull that up then, please? Okay, well, could you scroll back in the other direction? Yes, up more. You missed, okay, down, there was a document there that get,
Oh, this part of C2?
I'm not sure, it was, you scrolled over it when you went to C3. There was a document with a stamp of some sort. It may have been like a diploma or some educational.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
this
that.
last-
Okay.
Yes.
Oh,
Okay,
that's Ben Foster, yeah, but
okay, I'm not sure. Okay, all right, okay, all right, thank you. Let's do this. Ms. Davis, do you have any additional witnesses, Ms. Davis?
I do not have any additional witnesses.
Okay, Mr. Andrecka, now you can present us your side of the story. What is your argument?
so that's if the lady could scroll down a little bit more, he's gonna check, he's gonna see that I have.
Okay, Mr. Andrecka, Mr. Andrecka, before you hold it up, let's understand, as the appellant, you're
Yes.
responsible for submitting your documents, and when you come to the hearing, you
Okay.
have to present the information that you have that you want to use to convince us that your position is stronger than the city's position. Now, person that you're referring to is an attorney, Ms. Dejanay Davis. You can ask her and she can agree to put something up for you, but it's really your case to prove. So are you asking that she put something up? Unless you have it in your system, you can share a screen.
I don't have anything on my system. I didn't know how that thing works.
Well, that means then you should have someone represent you who does.
Yeah,
So,
maybe you're right.
okay, all right. In this case, what are you asking Ms. Davis to do?
If she can go on the bottom of C2, that's my bachelor degree diploma. That's valuable for 2 years of.
Give me 1 second.
Okay,
Yeah.
just one moment.
Mr. Andrecka, can you see my screen?
Yes, that's Ben Foster. Go a little bit down, go a little bit down. Just not Ben Foster, little bit down.
This is the last page. Page 26 is the last page of Exhibit C2.
If you can scroll a little bit up, but slow, because,
Okay,
okay. This one, the one. Okay.
this one right here.
This one is from World Education Services, course by course analysis. Go a little bit up, little bit up.
A little bit up, I think he's saying.
One
Oh,
more,
the document like that.
yeah, one more. Little bit more. No. Yeah, that's, go a little bit up. Yep. Little bit up. Little bit up. It should be another little bit more. That's the one. So that's US equivalency, it's bachelor's degree in electronic and electric. From
Okay, now, what school is this?
that's University of Tirana, that's World Education Services recognized.
Which country is that in?
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, which country is that?
Albania.
Albania, okay. Do you have anything from a US agency that certifies that training?
Yes, that's the World Education Services. Go a little bit down, man. Go a little bit down just to see the
Okay, now.
Right
yeah,
here.
World Education Services. That's recognized from, I mean, it's US, Canada, and
Okay,
the whole that does the evaluation of.
okay, just one, let me just write a note here, education services. And you said that your training is equivalent to a bachelor's degree, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Now, the code that was quoted earlier says that education can substitute for up to 2 years worth of required training.
Yes, sir.
So if this is acceptable, that means you would have 2 years of training.
Okay.
The other issue is, do you have 2 years of work experience? And that's where I believe the city's arguing that you don't have a complete 2 years of work experience based on working from a licensed electrical contractor.
I mean, what I have is a letter from my employer.
Yeah, but he wasn't licensed part of that time.
Yeah, 2020 was a little bit rough because of COVID. And now
May have been, but I'm just saying he wasn't licensed. Was he licensed before that?
right now I have 2021 and 2022 taxes. That's what I have.
Okay, what you have is what we see is what you have, correct?
Okay.
I'm asking, do you have anything else?
The one that I have here on the table is my taxes, 2022 taxes. I don't know if.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Indreka, you should W-2 saying you had compensation. Doesn't say anything about paying taxes. You were compensated from Eagle, but you didn't pay any taxes.
That's proof that I worked for a licensed electrician. That's if you go on Exhibit 3 on the middle, you have to have taxes for the city of Philadelphia. That's the proof that you worked.
If you're an employee, you have to pay taxes.
Yeah, I pay taxes.
When you're W-2, it doesn't say you pay taxes.
I
It
pay-
says you work for them, it doesn't say you pay taxes.
I have my taxes, I pay taxes.
Okay.
I
Well,
do-
he's representing the form itself, unless there's a different form somewhere. That form doesn't show that.
Because it's 1099, it's
Oh, you were 1099. That's
Yeah.
different than a W-2.
it's different.
Yes. Very different.
It's when I do taxes, I did 1099 all the time.
Okay, all right, okay. Mrs. Petty, I think you understand what happened.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
Let's go on, Chairman.
yep. Okay, I have Mr. Gary, I have a question for Mr. Gary.
Yes,
Sir, if you're still available.
Yes.
This World Education Services, is that something that's recognized by the city of Philadelphia?
I would say no. And then looking at it, when I looked at it earlier, it's for electronic engineering. It's not no study in electrical. From what I can see from the core studies.
Okay, how does the city handle individuals who are immigrants who are trained in a different country? What kinds of certifications do you need to affirm that they have knowledge that's needed?
Whether they would ordinarily have to start over from apprenticeship. So what he did, apply for the license. So he would need the years of working under a licensed electrician.
Okay. So at the moment, he's what, a half a year short?
Yes,
Okay. Now, does it matter whether it's a 1099 situation or does it have to be a W-2?
has to be a W-2.
Okay, and why that distinction?
Because he has 1099, I mean, he's working for himself. W-2,
Okay.
he's working with somebody else.
Okay. Okay, all right, thank you. Anyone else have any questions of Mr. Nindreka or Mr. Gary?
Mr. Gary,
Yes.
this is a real quick question. Because he had training in electronics,
Yes,
would that be considered training for the purpose of being an electrician?
no,
Because my understanding with electronics, that's completely different than being electricity.
yeah,
You
that's
know,
what I said.
electrician.
Yeah, there's no study in electrical, it's not an electrical study, it's electronics.
So none of this here time of training would be considered for his years of training.
No, it wouldn't be considered for practical experience.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Wilson, if I can,
Yes.
just for the record, I want to
Yes.
follow up with a question with Mr. Gary.
Yes,
Yes.
please.
Mr. Gary, could you please explain to the board why working for someone else that is licensed is important and why it's different as opposed to working for yourself?
Well, I mean, if you're working for somebody, it means you're working under a licensed electrician and you're learning. You're working for yourself, there's nobody there but you.
Thank you, Mr. Gary. I don't have any other questions, just brief argument.
Okay, before we get to argument, I just want to ask Mr. Indreka, does he have anything else that he wants to share with us?
Nothing, but the diploma that I have, that's for electronic. It's supposed to be a little bit more advanced than electric diploma in my country and everywhere actually first. And the second one, if the lady can stop there, tax records of employment by a licensed electrical contractor doesn't require W-2. I do taxes, I do 1099 because the guy, he was new in the business. He wasn't giving 1099 W-2s at the time. And I wanted to work, that's all.
Well, unfortunately, he may have worked with someone who was not properly structuring his business. It says employment where there's a fine distinction, but an important distinction between the 1099 relationship and a W-2 relationship. But thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, final argument, Ms. Davis.
Yes, again, board members, we are here due to the denial of the appellant, Mr. Indreka's application to obtain his electrical contractor license. As you heard through testimony and through the presentation of the city's exhibits, that in order to obtain such a license, there are prerequisites that must be adhered to in order to obtain that license. Part of that is 4 years of experience under a licensed electrical contractor. We did have some discussion or testimony today with regards to education, but again, that education only applies up to 2 years. So even if the educational documents that were provided by the appellant in his electrical application, essentially that will only qualify for only up to 2 years. And as you saw today, the documents that were presented to show proof for employment are insufficient, as essentially.
Mr. Indreka, that Ms. Davis is speaking, please do not interrupt. My apologies, Ms. Davis.
No worries. Essentially are insufficient, as in order for those years of experience to apply, it has to be under a licensed contractor. As Mr. Gary testified to today, it is important that these applicants are working under a licensed contractor to know exactly what to do and how to do before they enter into the workforce under their own licensing as an electrical contractor. The qualifications are really important here to ensure that the electrical contractors that are entering into the city of Philadelphia are abiding by the rules and are aware of the rules and concerns as it pertains to public safety and health and welfare with regards to the work that they are going to do. Mr. Gary testified that the employer, with regards to those 2 W-2s, were not licensed at the time and therefore they don't qualify. And simply, Mr. Indreka just falls short with regards to this application. However, the appellant, it has the ability to reapply once these requirements have been met. And so essentially for those reasons, we will be asking for a city affirm.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. We will now call for the vote on number 19. Appeal number HA 2022-003561. 1228 South Carlisle Street, Renato Indreka, city affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you very much. Mr. Indreka, you've lost your appeal. However, you may appeal our decision. If you need information as to how you should do that, give a call to the office. That phone number is on the letter that you received. They will tell you what you need to do to appeal the decision of this board. Thank you very much, sir. Have a good day. Okay, let's move on to the next matter.
Okay, real quick, at this time, I didn't know if the attorney for the city, Mr. Kelly, reached an agreement in his matter. Mr. Kelly?
We'll be putting that one on.
Okay. And case number 21, which is currently next up, was asked to be put on hold by Mr. Cohen. Were you ready to go on that, or?
Okay, I'm ready to go. Let's see what Mr. Cohen has to say to us.
Okay, case number 21, hearing appeal number HA.
Actually, could we put this on hold for a little bit longer? I am actually trading emails back and forth with Ms. Cleostorni at the moment.
Would you like to be in a breakout room?
We don't necessarily need a breakout room, but I will need a few more minutes.
Okay, Mr. Cohen, we'll put it at the bottom of the list then. So I'll give you.
Thank you very, very much.
Okay.
All right.
Case number 31, hearing appeal number HA 2022 000123. 1111 Spring Garden Street, Evan Lynette.
Okay, who's representing the city in this matter? Okay, who's representing the city?
Len, Mr. Reuter is.
Mr. Reuter, okay, is he joining us? There he is, Mr. Reuter.
Hello.
The case has been called, number 31.
So actually, Mr. Orphanides and I, where are you? Is he here? He's here.
Yes, he's here.
Oh, okay.
Somewhere in the masses.
Okay, anyway, yeah, we're just having a discussion. The issue in this case involves, I mean, it's really a zoning issue. It involves the erection of a canopy where it's a car wash facility, and they have a canopy where they're doing some, minor, I don't know, oil changes or something like that. There was a prior proviso that expressly said no canopies, because this use was approved by the zoning board. They granted that with the proviso. I think we have two options here, but probably it does make the most sense. We thought there was going to be a permit application submitted by now. I understand there have been good faith attempts to get that submitted to LNI. And there may have been some conflicting information that was provided to the applicants about what they needed to do. So the city, as much as I hate to, we would ask, and I think Mr. Orphanides would agree, for a continuance one more time in this matter. I know it's been continued a couple times before, and it may be, I'll talk with David, and perhaps we can talk about having this transferred to either this appeal itself being remanded to the zoning board, or at least some kind of agreement to give them time to get the zoning squared away, and hopefully at some point moot this appeal. So I don't know, Mr. Orphanides, if you had a suggestion about how long of a continuance.
Yeah, I mean, and Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Len, I appreciate it. This has been going on since 28. It's been going on for a while. It started out as a violation for something completely unrelated to it, which then actually just the violation was withdrawn. And this popped up in its stead, this issue regarding this canopy, the structure, whatever it is, and put in an application and was told one thing, then put in another application, have the issue that Len raised, which I noticed right from the beginning about the prior zoning board proviso, hadn't been raised by either examiner at LNI. And we're happy, like, I may disagree whether or not this needs to be permitted or not, but we're happy to try to do it. We just have been working for quite some time to try to know what we're supposed to do. And I think with Mr. Reuter's assistance, we may be able to get that direction from his client and wrap this up. The only issue we have, I'm sorry, is that if it does have to go back to the zoning board, as you may or may not know, even accelerated hearings are being scheduled, I think, December or January. If there's a way to get it scheduled sooner, we'd be more than happy to do that. But I think at the present time, we don't want to have another continuance. We probably need to put it 5 or 6 months out, but otherwise, 120 days. And if we can, with the city law department's assistance, get the zoning board hearing heard sooner, we should have this thing cleared up by then.
Okay,
Yeah.
I suspect probably the cleaner way for us is to just continue it with a note that is being referred to the zoning board for with regard to a ZBA proviso. Because essentially, we don't have any authority over anyway if there's a ZBA proviso that's being contested. So we can just.
Yes,
attend as long
I
as
do
we-
want to,
Yeah.
and I do want to note, I do have the inspector Silvio De Guglielmo. I'm sorry if I botched your name, Silvio.
Good.
And again, there was an additional violation involving an expired hazmat license. And again, they have, I think, the proper storage of that, but the license itself expired. I don't know if that was that corrected?
I think that's
That
all.
was
Was complied December 2nd of 21.
Okay, yeah, I thought so, but so again, it is, the issue we're talking about is actually just a canopy, like literally.
So let's continue it, and with the note that it's being referred to ZBA to comply a ZBA proviso. And we'll just keep it continued to, as long as you're making progress, Mr. Orphanides,
Yeah.
and you submitted the zoning application and they're reviewing it, then we'll wait until you finish.
That'd be fantastic.
And I would just ask on the record, Inspector, is that okay with you? Because again, we were just talking.
Well, but he's
literally-
not been sworn or anything, so let's not ask him to go on the record yet, okay?
Okay,
Okay, and I would expect Mr. Rada as the attorney representing the matter, unless there's some violation of existing Illinois policy or some rule or another, I think your strategy would prevail. So.
Okay.
We're going to continue. Okay, thank you very much for both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Len. I'll talk to you
and
soon.
I- okay, thank you. And I believe the inspector may be excused. I think
Yes.
that's the only case you're here for, right, Sylvia?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Brings us to case number 34. Hearing appeal number HA 2022. 003438 4127 Glendale Street. Anna Fernandez.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Jim Kelly on behalf of the city.
Kelly, how are you? Who's the appellant present? Anna Fernandez.
She should be. We were just in a breakout room about an hour ago.
There's an interpreter on the line for this matter.
There's an interpreter required for this?
Yes.
Although I'm not seeing her on here at all.
Okay,
The chair, I don't have it marked that there's an interpreter for number 30.
I don't either, but.
I have marked for number 42.
The appellant, if I may, the appellant had reached out to me about, I had reached out to the appellant about a week ago. And she informed me when we were on the phone that she would need an interpreter. So I contacted Mr. Wade
Okay.
late last week to make that happen.
Okay, Mr. Wade, do we have an interpreter present at the moment?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so he can handle both matters then.
Yes.
Okay.
The interpreter is
Alright.
called for both matters.
But we don't have the appellant.
The appellant was here and in the breakout room with Mr. Kelly.
Okay, let's do this. Because there may have been some disconnect or confusion. We'll skip this matter, and if Mr. Kelly, would you make an effort to try to contact this appellant again to see what happened?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you, and we'll come back to you.
Brings us to case number 42, hearing appeal number HA 2022 002713 3445 Kime Street. Raditza Cadillo.
Good
Okay.
afternoon, members of the board. Jeffrey Cohen for the city of Philadelphia in this matter.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cohen. We also have an interpreter for this matter, I believe.
I certainly hope that we do.
Yeah, is the interpreter present? Yeah, please speak up, please.
Sure, hello. This is a Spanish interpreter. My name is Leonel.
Okay, what we'd like you to do is to say your full complete name and spell your last name.
Yes, sir. My name is Leonel Gillen, and my last name is spelled Guillen.
Okay, and that's Glenn is how you're pronouncing?
It's Guillen, but you can call me
Guillen?
Gillen.
Okay, Eugene. Gillen. Okay, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm that you will faithfully translate English to Spanish and Spanish to English in this matter?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down. Now, sir, the way we attempt to do these is that we need you to interpret from English to Spanish everything that's said. And the appellant will not be speaking. You will be speaking on behalf of the appellant. So whatever that person responds, we will wait for you to respond on their behalf. And I would
Understood.
ask everyone present, Mr. Cohen, members of the board, just be patient to allow the interpreter to interpret and allow for the interpreter's response when you ask for a response from the appellant. It takes a little time, but we can get through it if we're patient. So, sir, any questions about that?
Understood
Okay,
for my part.
Okay, do you have a way to communicate directly with the appellant, or will it be live on air?
I will be listening completely to whatever the appellant is speaking, and I will interpret. If I hear something in Spanish, I will interpret it in English immediately.
Okay, what I would like then to do is I will ask Ms. Beditza Gadillo to identify herself and to raise her right hand so that she may be sworn. Need to say that, sir, so she can.
Okay, quisiera.
Yo soy la dueña, Beditza es la expediter.
Okay, yeah, I am the owner. Beditza is the other person.
Okay,
La-
well, okay, we got a problem.
¿Quién necesita que hable? ¿Ella o yo?
Who do you need me to?
Donato, who, Mr. Donato, you cannot say anything. Your name is not on any document, so please be quiet
Señorita
for a moment.
Donado, usted no puede decir nada porque su nombre no está en el documento, así que por favor guarde silencio.
Oh, okay.
Okay, again, Mr. Beditza Gadillo.
Okay, la señorita Beditza Vedado.
Okay.
Necesitamos hablar con Beditza Vedado.
Okay.
I'm going to ask again.
Okay.
La señorita Beditza Vedado, ¿está presente?
Mr. Cohen, do we have a standing issue here?
We do. I was going to raise that, but I was waiting for, waiting for Ms. Cadillo to appear.
Okay.
Hello.
Hola.
Hello? Hello?
I think the video froze for Zuni Donato. Oh,
Okay, Mr. Interpreter, would you ask Ms. Donato if Ms. Beditza Gadillo is available?
Señorita Donado, ¿está disponible señorita Beditza?
Sí.
Yes.
Te voy a explicar algo. Lo que pasa es que me habían dicho que la que tenía que hablar era yo, no ella.
Okay, I'm going to explain something. They had told me that I was the one that was supposed to talk, not her.
Ya. Contigo. Beditza bien.
Hi, how are you?
This is Beditza.
Hi, how you doing?
Okay, ma'am,
Yes,
your name is on the application for the
yes,
appeal.
I'm the expediter working with the property owner, yes. The last
Okay.
time you had.
Okay, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute.
Let me go into the car, come on.
This is the interpreter. She speaks English. Do you still require my services for
Yes,
this case?
Yes, I suspect what happens is that she's a expediter. Expediters are not permitted to present cases. The
Oh, which
owner
actually
is the
was-
one who doesn't, the owner is Donato, I suspect.
which
So-
actually is what the city was going to raise as an issue. Chairman Woodson, you are correct. Expeditors are not attorneys. They can't represent other people before this board in the place of attorneys. But more importantly, Ms. Beditza Cadillo is not the applicant for zoning in this particular case. So the notice of violation is for changing the use of a property to two-family dwelling from a single-family dwelling without a permit. There is an
Mr.
application
Cohen,
pending.
just a moment. I need the interpreter to say.
Oh,
what you
sorry,
just said.
sorry.
Muy bien. Sí, lo que sucede acá es que ustedes no pueden ser representantes porque no pueden ser representantes ante esta junta. La señorita, el problema acá es que, y este es el asunto, que se cambió la zonificación de este caso en particular, se cambió de una vivienda de 2 familias a una vivienda de una familia sin el debido permiso.
So the issue here is that there is a zoning permit application pending, but the applicant is EK Multi-Service, Ada Estrada doing business as EK Multi-Service.
Ahora, el asunto acá es que está el permiso de zonificación, está hecha la aplicación, pero está pendiente, todavía está pendiente esto, está en espera. Ahora, lo que pasa es que el aplicante está siendo la aplicación está siendo utilizada como multiservicio, como un establecimiento de multiservicio. Eso está hecho por la señorita Estrada.
So the issue is essentially that Ms. Cadillo is not a party in interest because she neither filed the application for a zoning application or she is not the owner of the property. And in addition, at least in the paperwork that was filed, it does seem to deny that there is a 2-family dwelling there. But now we're hearing that they are essentially planning on putting forward to the board the fact that there is an application seeking to make this a 2-family dwelling. So it may be a moot issue anyway, meaning they may be admitting that it's a city affirmed.
Muy bien, ahora, lo que sucede, el asunto es que la señorita Cadillo, que ella no es parte del grupo de interés y no, ella no puede haber hecho la aplicación porque no es la propietaria, Ahora,
Excuse me. Mr. Nato, you cannot speak while the interpreter is speaking. You create interference. We can't hear. So please don't do that. That's why we have the interpreter, so she can hear in her native language and can understand. You don't need to explain it to her while he's speaking. Understood?
Thank you. Sorry.
Okay.
Please
Entonces,
continue.
thank you. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que sucede? No es, ya que la señorita no es la propietaria, por lo menos en el papeleo, en el papeleo que se ingresó, aquí aparece que pareciera que están negando que este es un hogar para 2 familias, pero ahora pareciera de que van a proceder con una aplicación y que sí es una vivienda de 2 familias dentro de la ciudad.
Thank you. Let's do this. Mr. Cohen, I want to put both Mr. Donato and the owner of record, have them sworn so I can determine the standing matter so we can hopefully determine whether to move forward or not.
Well, the city was going to bring up one more issue, the issue of untimeliness.
Okay, let him say what I just said, then you bring up the timeliness.
Muy bien, eso es lo que quiero hacer. Esto es lo que vamos a hacer. Quiero poner a la señorita Donado y a la señorita Donado y juramentarla, tanto a la señorita Donado como a la propietaria, quiero juramentarla para determinar el asunto, determinar qué es lo que se tiene que hacer en este asunto, ¿verdad? Para poder proceder. Y va a haber una cosa más que queremos mencionar.
Mr. Cohen?
So the appeal or the notice of violation specifically said your appeal must be filed by June 11th. The appeal was received June 24th, but it isn't even signed and dated until June 14th. So that's de facto untimely, and pile on top of that the issues of standing. I simply don't think that this appeal form gives the appellant or gives this particular appellant the right to proceed before this board.
Muy bien, entonces, el asunto es que está la notificación de violación, se tiene que entregar, es por problemas de tiempo, la notificación de violación tiene que haber sido ingresada para el junio 11, y esto fue recibido hasta junio 24, pero no está firmada ni puesta con fecha, sino que hasta el junio 14. Entonces, esto haría esta aplicación de facto y no considero que esta apelación debería darle a este apelante en particular el derecho de presentarse ante esta junta.
Okay, all right, thank you. And now what I will do, I will swear both of them in and do some basic inquiry to determine this matter of standing. Mr. Donato, if you raise your right hand.
Muy bien, entonces lo que vamos a hacer ahora es que vamos a proceder a juramentar a ambos para poder determinarlo, ¿ok?
Do you swear or affirm testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Usted, señorita Donado, levante su mano derecha. Usted jura dar un testamento verídico en esta apelación.
Sí, lo juro.
Yes, I swear.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Cadillo, raise your right hand. Do you
Señorita
swear or
Bedillo,
affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
señorita Bedillo, por favor, levante la mano derecha y usted jura dar un testimonio correcto en esta apelación el día de hoy.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Okay, just a quick, you can place your hand down. Ms. Donato, what is your relationship to this project?
Señorita Donado, ¿cuál es su relación a este proyecto?
Yo soy la dueña de la propiedad.
I am the owner of the property.
Is anyone else on the deed with you?
¿Alguien más está en el contrato con usted? No.
Okay, all right, thank you. Ms. Cadillo, what is your relationship to this property?
Señorita Cadillo, ¿cuál es su relación que tiene con esta persona?
May I speak in English? Because I speak English.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Oh, wait a minute, Ms. Cadillo, the only issue is that I want to make sure that the owner also understands everything. So which is better for you? Which is you to accommodate her? Would you?
She understands what I speak. She understands. She don't speak it fully, but she understands everything I say.
Okay, what we're going to do, because we're required to do this, once you start speaking, just allow for the interpreter to repeat what you say in Spanish.
Okay. My name is Bedita Cadillo. I'm the expediter working with her after June's appeal. Before it was EK Multi-Service that submitted the paperwork.
Ok, mi nombre es Beditza Cadillo y yo soy la expedidora después de la apelación que se hizo en junio, después de que se rechazó por de servicio.
Okay. Okay, now, so the person who we want from this point forward to speak will be Ms. Donato.
Muy bien, la persona que necesitamos que hable de este punto en adelante es la señorita Donado.
Okay. Ms. Donato, who is the person who's this company who submitted the zoning application?
Ok, señorita Donado, ¿quién es la compañía que ingresó esta aplicación de zonificación?
Eda Estrada, que fue la ACA Multiservicios.
Yeah, it was Eda Estrada, which is the multi-service.
Okay, why did they submit a zoning application for you?
¿Por qué ellos solicitaron esta aplicación de zonificación por ustedes?
Porque yo en junio, no en mayo, recibí una carta de una violación.
Because I, in June, not May, I received a letter for a violation.
Okay, so why did a company, not you, submit a zoning application?
Ahora, ¿por qué una compañía, no usted, hizo la aplicación para una zonificación?
Porque no tengo experiencia y no sé cómo hacerlo. Necesitaba alguien que me ayudara con esto.
Because I don't have experience, I don't know how to do it, and I needed help with somebody that had experience doing this, to help me do this.
Okay, what is that company? Describe, what kind of company is that?
Okay, ¿y qué compañía es esa? ¿Qué tipo de compañía es? Descríbamela.
Son unas personas que, expediters, no sé cómo le dicen en español, que ayudan con problemas de zoning y cosas así.
They're expediters. There are some people that are expediters, and they do zoning and things like that.
Okay, and Mr. Cohen, I think that clears up the standing. now.
Actually, I have a few questions of Ms. Cadillo,
Yes,
which may further clarify or muddy the waters.
Okay.
Okay, tengo algunas cuantas preguntas para la señorita Cadillo para poder aclarar el asunto.
If I could please share my screen for a moment.
¿Puedo compartir mi pantalla un momento?
All right, Ms. Cadillo, can you see my screen currently that's up at the moment?
Señorita Cadillo, ¿puede ver la pantalla?
So you see this zoning permit application ZP 2022-006177 that is in status denied.
Ve esta aplicación que se llama ZP 2022006177, que el estatus está en denegado.
Yes, it was denied for request of variance for the 2 units, not for the construction.
Yes, so this is the zoning application that's currently on appeal to the ZBA, correct?
Yes, it's being heard October 11th. We got a continuance. We forward you the emails because we had a problem with the RCO and the council person, and they finally gonna hear the case October 11th. For
Well, but for this application, your name doesn't appear in the processes tab anywhere.
No, because EK Multi-Service was the one that actually started it, but could not complete it, and she came to me to
So
finish.
that's, and I would actually say on the details tab, do you see it says Ed Estrada DBA EK Multi-Service?
But if you check on the ZBA document for the zoning board of
Well,
adjustment.
one moment. If we could have a translation, I don't know where we stopped, but I want to make sure that Ms. Donato has got the translation of this.
Entonces, su nombre no aplica, pero no aparece en este proceso, ¿verdad? Entonces, aquí aparece el de EK Multiservicios y la razón por la cual aparece EK Multiservicios es porque ellos comenzaron el proceso, pero no lo completaron. Y después ella se presentó hacia mí para solicitar ayuda. Sí, pero si usted revisa los documentos del CBA en la zonificación, ahí lo va a ver.
So I'm going to now go to a separate zoning permit application, ZP 2022-007057. Do you see this application?
Ok, ahora voy a ir a otra aplicación distinta, que este es aparte. Esta es una aplicación de zonificación, es el ZP 2022007057. ¿Lo puede ver?
Exactly. And there, you'll be able to see Bedita Cadillo.
I was about to say, so your name is there, Beditza Cadillo?
I've been working, helping her since this case. I did the appeal. We didn't know that was out of time, but we had no other choice because she didn't know what she was doing. She's getting a violation to a wrong address.
But hold
Somebody
on,
was not
Ms.
helping
Cadillo.
her.
Ms. Donato, please, just answer the questions that I asked, okay?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
Ms. I'm
Cadillo,
sorry. My apologies. I don't know
Yeah,
who's
just,
asking.
yeah, just answer the questions that I asked without a lot of extra, so we'll get through.
Okay.
this.
But Ms. Cadillo, you do see that this application is a separate and different zoning permit application than the other one, which is before the ZBA, correct?
Actually, I didn't realize that it was a different one. I thought we were all working under the same application. I did not know that EK Multi-Service had another application because I have my own documents here, as you see.
And you see that there are, as of June 19th of last year, 2022, this application has required revisions. LNI has said you need to submit revisions for this application to be processed. Do you see that?
I know that the application that I have.
Excuse me, everyone. I apologize for interrupting, but neither Mr. Cohen nor Ms. Cadillo are permitting the interpreter to interpret the questions that are being asked and answered so that the appellant, Ms. Donato, can understand what is happening. They are just speaking back and forth and not permitting the interpreter to interpret what's being said.
Thank you.
I apologize. You're absolutely correct.
Start again, Mr. Cohen.
What was the last question that was translated?
Okay, the last question that was that this was a separate zoning application, and if she was able to see it, if Beditza Cadillo, in the name Beditza Cadillo appeared there.
Okay, then the next question I believe was, do you see where it says that this application status is that LNI has required revisions as of June 19th, 2022?
Ok, usted puede ver acá que esta revisión, perdón, que esta aplicación solicita una revisión adicional, ¿correcto?
Ms. Cadillo could answer.
Mi señorita Cadillo, ¿puede
Ah.
responder?
So I'm not sure what this application is for because my application that I'm doing is ZP 2022-006177. That's my application number.
Ok, no estoy segura de esta aplicación porque mi aplicación, la que yo estoy haciendo, es la ZP 2022, la anterior, la que sale la anterior.
Well, on the details tab, do you see where this applicant for this application ending 7057 is Frankfurt Business Center and Contractor, Rosa Cruz doing business as?
Ok,
Yeah, that's
usted
supposed to
puede
be
ver en los detalles que esta aplicación es, la que termina en 7057, está hecha con Frankfurt Bus y CTR y Contractors, ¿correcto?
Exactly. If that's the building permit, it cannot be completed until we get our zoning.
Sí, correcto. Y esa es parte del edificio y no puede ser completada hasta que nosotros consigamos el permiso de zonificación.
I'm going to stop sharing my screen at this time.
Voy a parar de tener la pantalla en este momento.
I would present to the board that Ms. Cadillo is confused as to which application is which. She just referred to a zoning permit application as a building permit application. And her name clearly appears on the zoning permit application that is not before the ZBA. So that one essentially doesn't give her standing to be here today, and it definitely doesn't allow her to act as an attorney representing the appellant or representing the owner of the property who is not the appellant.
Muy bien, entonces voy a detener acá detener la pantalla. Ahora, esto demuestra que la señorita Cadillo está confundida con cuál aplicación es cuál. Acaba de ver una aplicación para permiso de edificios y lo confundió con una de zonificación. Entonces, esto es claramente la que aparece, esta es la que aparece antes, o sea, esto no fue antes de la CBA, de la aplicación que se hizo en la CBA. Entonces, con esto demuestra que no le permitiría estar aquí el día de hoy y obviamente no es permitido que ella actúe como un representante de la propietaria.
Okay, Ms. Cadillo, please understand that expediters are not permitted to represent clients in these.
I
hearings.
respect
You can-
that. I was.
Ma'am, you're not allowing me, please stop until I finish speaking. You are allowed to be a witness. She can call you as a witness, but you cannot represent her in her interests. So she will need to speak for herself, and that's why we brought in an interpreter to provide what she needs in terms of understanding. Beyond that, she may need to hire an attorney. So we have this issue of who's doing what. Now, I think we understand standing, sir, interpreter.
Muy bien, entonces, señorita Cadillo, quiero que entienda, por favor, de que los expeditores no representan a los clientes, no los pueden representar a los clientes. O sea, puede permitirse de que ella sea un testigo, la podemos llamar para que funcione como testigo, pero no la puede representar bajo sus intereses, no puede hablar por usted. Por eso es que tenemos al intérprete acá para poder darle a ella lo que se necesita o proveerle las necesidades a ella, decirle qué es lo que necesita para poder proceder. Aparte de eso, tendría que contratar posiblemente a un abogado para que pueda representarle en este caso.
Okay, thank you. Now let's move on to this issue of timeliness. That's the second matter that we need to discuss before we can determine if we can hear the facts of this case.
Ok, ahora vamos a proceder a la parte del tiempo. Ese es otro tema que tenemos que hablar sobre este asunto.
Mr. Cohen, what are your understanding of the timeliness factors?
That this was filed several weeks after the cutoff date. It compounded by the fact that timeliness, you need to either have a timely appeal or to have some reason that is beyond your control. Say, you were denied the ability to submit an application or you were in a coma. But in this case, it's the reliance of, if we are saying that the owner of the property may now step into the shoes of the written appellant on the form Bediza Cadillo, which the city objects to, we're essentially saying that she left this in the hands of someone else and did not take the initiative to make this timely filed and cannot explain away why this was not timely filed.
Okay, Ms. Cohen, we need the interpreter to be able to.
I know,
validate. Yeah.
Muy bien. Entonces, básicamente esto se fue ingresado varias semanas después de la fecha límite. Y eso fue hecho por eso es basado en los hechos de que por alguna razón, por ejemplo, esto se podría aceptar en el caso de que hubiera algún evento que evitara que usted pudiera hacer esto con tiempo correcto, por ejemplo, que evitara, como por ejemplo que usted estuviera en un coma. En este caso fue básicamente que la persona le dio este trabajo se lo dio o de esta responsabilidad se le dejó en las manos de alguien más y esta otra persona por alguna razón no ingresó estas aplicaciones en el tiempo adecuado o en el tiempo que tenía que ser.
So put very simply, the owner of the property has not established a proper excuse for the several weeks late untimely filing, because essentially they relied on someone else who also was confused and did not file a proper application for appeal.
Básicamente, lo que estoy diciendo es que no se ha presentado una excusa válida por la cual se ingresó esta aplicación varias semanas tarde y que se le dejó ese trabajo en manos de otra persona que tampoco ha sometido ninguna razón válida o que no tiene la autorización adecuada.
Okay, Ms. Donato, I'm sorry, Donato, what is your reason for filing the late appeal?
Ok, señorita Donado, ¿cuál es la razón por la cual ingresó esta aplicación tarde?
La primera carta en mayo yo nunca la recibí. Por lo general la correspondencia a esa casa, a esa propiedad, llega a la propiedad, no a mi casa donde yo vivo. Yo recibí la segunda carta en el mes de junio y enseguida busqué ayuda.
Okay, because the first letter that was sent in May, I did not receive it. And normally those letters, they arrive to my property, not to my house. And the second letter, I received it in June, and I immediately sought help.
Can the
Okay,
city respond?
Yes, please.
That's belied by the form itself. The NOV that is attached to the appeal form is the initial notice of violation from May 12th.
Muy bien, sí, y eso está respaldado por el formulario en sí. El NVO que está adjunto de la aplicación, adjunto en aplicación, muestra es parte de la notificación inicial que se hizo en mayo 12.
Mr. Cohen, are all of the formal communication between LNI and the appellant to the same address?
To 108 Nicholson Road, Gloucester City, New Jersey. That's the address on the NOV. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Muy bien, entonces todas el tipo de comunicaciones están enviadas a la misma dirección. Sí, se están mandando a la 108 Nicholas Street en Nueva York. Sí, esas dos se mandan a la misma dirección.
Una pregunta, ¿la de mayo también? Porque yo no la recibí jamás.
Okay, one question, the one from May as well, because I never received it.
If I could please share my screen.
Yes, please.
¿Puedo compartir mi pantalla?
This is the Blur appeal form. The highlighting is mine, not on the original. And this is the notice of violation that was attached to that form showing May 12th, 2022.
Muy bien, esta es la aplicación de la apelación. Este formulario no es, todo lo que está resaltado no es original, sino que lo hice yo. Y si usted puede ver esta notificación que está adjunta al formulario que se le envió, y aquí aparece la fecha que es mayo 12, 2022.
¿Puedo decir algo?
Can I say something?
Yes.
Sí.
Ok, esa fue la copia que Bedisa sacó de la internet. Esa no es la copia o de que ustedes me enviaron por correo, porque yo nunca la recibí. Ella
Okay.
la sacó de la internet.
Okay, that is the copy that Beditza got from the internet. That is not the copy that they sent me. That is the copy because I did not receive it. That is a copy obtained from the internet.
I would ask a question. Ms. Donato, which address have you given the city of Philadelphia for correspondence for your official correspondence between yourself and the city? What address have you given?
Okay, señorita Donado, ¿qué dirección es la que usted le dio a la ciudad de Filadelfia? ¿Usted qué dirección fue la que le dio para recibir la correspondencia?
Yo mandé la dirección de 108 Nicholson, pero cada vez que me envían los taxes que tengo que pagar cada año, me los envían a la 3445.
Okay, I gave the address of 108 Nicholson, but every time they send me the passes, they send it, okay, the assets, they send it to the 3445 address.
And one final question, because Mr. Cohen, I think the board needs to go into executive session for a few minutes.
Of course.
Ms. Donato, do you own other investment property in the city of Philadelphia?
Una última pregunta, porque tenemos que ir a una sesión extraordinaria. ¿Usted tiene otra propiedad de inversión?
Sí.
Yes.
How many?
¿Cuántos?
Una más.
One more.
One more. Who's your local agent?
¿Quién es su agente local?
Yo manejo mis propiedades.
I manage my own properties.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will take a short executive session to review where we are, both regards the timeliness argument as well as the matter of standing. Mr. Cohen, do you have anything else that we need to hear before we do that?
Only that I think the case on standing and timeliness speaks for itself. There's just a lot of contradictions that Ms. Donato has put forward.
Muy bien.
Mr.
Would you like
Donato,
me to
do you-
interpret that?
oh,
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Muy bien, entonces vamos a tomar un pequeño receso para una reunión extraordinaria para discutir este caso. Señor Cohen, ¿algo más que usted quiere decir? Sí, creo que solamente mencionar de que la parte del tiempo, pues habla por sí solo. Hay bastantes contradicciones que se están hablando, que se están mencionando.
Mr. Donato, anything you would like to tell us before we go into executive session?
Señorita Donado, ¿hay algo más que nos quiera decir antes de que entremos a una sesión?
¿Es alguna manera de que puedan mirar en la primera carta original donde está la fecha, donde está la dirección? Porque yo estoy siendo honesta de que yo no recibí esa carta.
Okay, is there a way where you can see the original letter that was sent where the date appears and the address? Because I never received that letter. I'm being honest here.
Okay, I'm not sure unless you have it or the city has it. The city has presented what it has. I doubt it.
Chairman Woodson, I
Yes.
can actually share it on my screen. with the
Okay, well,
exception
let him
of the
interpret what I
highlighting.
just said, then you can.
Okay. Muy bien. Sí, mire, yo no la tengo, al menos que usted tenga una copia, que usted la tenga o la ciudad la tenga, no sé si hay alguna forma, pero vamos a ver, vamos a compartir señor juez, vamos a compartir la pantalla.
And this copy, which is a PDF copy, can be compared with the scanned copy on page 12.
Ok, y esta copia, que es una copia escaneada del PDF, puede verse, podemos compararla con la página 12.
Okay, we will take executive, go into executive session for about, what time is it now? It's 3:22, 3:20. We will be back in about 3:30, no later than 3:30. Thank you. Ms. Donato, as the owner of record, which is supported by the facts, will represent herself today. Please interpret that.
Muy bien, entonces, ya terminamos la reunión y pues tomamos en cuenta el caso y tomamos el caso en sí, también tomamos en cuenta la parte del tiempo en el cual se hicieron las solicitudes y tomamos una determinación. Ahora, la señorita Donado, usted es la propietaria y nos basamos en estos hechos.
Secondly, the issue of timeliness. Considering the amount of time involved is several weeks, it was well within the board's discretion to hear this matter, so we will proceed with the hearing today.
Ok, ahora, primero con el tiempo, con la cuestión del tiempo. Debido a que han pasado varias semanas, Entonces, sí se determinó debido a que ha pasado varias semanas, sí se determinó que vamos a tomar la discreción de la audiencia el día de hoy.
Thank you. So, Mr. Cohen, you have any witnesses today?
Yes,
Señor Cohen, ¿tiene algún testigo el día de hoy?
yes, the city will be calling Administrator Salim Mohammed of LNI.
Sí, vamos a llamar a Selim Mohammed, del administrador.
Mr. Mohammed, good afternoon. Unmute yourself, please.
Señor Mohammed, buenas tardes. ¿Puede presentarse, puede hablar, por favor?
Please raise
Good
your right
morning.
hands. Please raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth to help you God?
I do.
If I have permission,
Please interpret.
Muy bien, entonces, señor Mohammed, usted levanta la mano derecha. ¿Usted jura decir toda la verdad en este momento? Sí, sí lo juro.
Okay, before we start, I'm asking everyone, myself included, please use short, direct questions and responses because we have an interpreter. And it's unfair to the appellant if everything is not correctly interpreted.
Muy bien, le estoy pidiendo a todo el mundo, por favor, incluyéndome a mí, por favor, utilicen respuestas cortas y breves, porque tenemos al intérprete para que también, por favor, la señorita Donado pueda entender todo.
Mr. Cohen.
if it pleases the board, I'd like to share my screen.
Ok, por favor, si le puedo pedir permiso para poder compartir la pantalla.
Administrator, can you see the package that's on my screen?
Administrador, ¿puede ver el paquete que está en la pantalla? Yes.
Yes.
If you could please tell the board very briefly how long you've been with LNI and in what capacity.
I've been with the,
Interpreter here, could you repeat that, please? There's some sort of
course.
interference in the back.
If you could tell the board how long you've worked for LNI and in what capacity.
Ok,
I've been,
¿puede por favor decir a la corte cuánto tiempo ha estado con LNA y en qué capacidad?
I've been with the department roughly 9 years, and I'm operating in the capacity of the court administrator for the department in the construction unit.
Ok, he estado con eso, he estado por 9 años y he operado como administrador de corte en el departamento de construcción, en esta unidad.
Before we proceed, Mr. Wade, I'm asking, would you mute Anna Fernandez? I'm not sure who that is, but I think we're getting some interference from that person. Thank you.
You know what?
Feedback from Mr. Mohammed's.
Yeah, let me just check. Excuse me. Hold on.
Sí, hay una interferencia en el fondo, solo se le está pidiendo que por favor bajen el volumen.
They want me to ask you to. They can hear you. Thank you. My apologies to the board.
All right. Through the course of your duties, Administrator, have you reviewed LNI's records for 3445 Keim Street?
Y durante su tiempo como administrador, ha revisado los registros del 3445.
I have.
Sí.
And I'm going to jump to page 7 in the packet.
Voy a brincar a la página 7 en el paquete.
Administrator, what is this document that I have on screen?
Administrador, ¿qué es este documento que tenemos en la pantalla?
This document is a violation notice and an order to correct that violation.
Este documento es una notificación de violación y una orden para corregir esa violación.
For what property?
¿Para qué propiedad?
This is the property at 3445 Kim Street.
Este es una violación para la propiedad que está en 3445 calle Kem.
And what violation was cited?
¿Y qué violación fue citada?
A violation was cited for not having a use permit for the conversion of a single family home to a two-family.
La violación fue fue citada por que no tenía un permiso para convertir una casa de una sola familia a una casa de dos familias.
I'm going to jump to page 2 in the packet.
Vamos a
What
brincar a la
is this
página
photograph
2.
that I'm putting on screen?
¿Qué es esta fotografía que tenemos en la pantalla?
This is the property in question, and this is a picture of the front facade before any changes were made.
Ok, esta es la propiedad en cuestión y esta es una fotografía de la parte de enfrente antes de que ocurriera algún cambio.
I'm just going to zoom in a little on the upper left-hand corner. What's that date in the upper left hand?
Ok, solo voy a agrandar un poco esta imagen. ¿Qué fecha es la que aparece ahí?
It is dated April 25th, 2020.
La fecha es abril 25, 2020.
And how many mailboxes are on the front?
¿Y cuántos buzones hay enfrente?
One.
Uno.
I'm going to scroll down now to page 3 in the packet. What is this that I'm showing on screen?
Ok, ahora voy a ir a la página 3 que está en el paquete. ¿Qué es esta fotografía?
This is a picture of the same address, 3445 King Street, after changes were made.
Ok, de nuevo, esta es la misma dirección. Es la propiedad que está en 3445 calle King, después de que se hicieron cambios.
And how many mailboxes are on the front now?
¿Y cuántos buzones hay aquí enfrente ahora?
Two.
Dos.
And what is this? Actually, I'll go down to the next photograph here. What is depicted in this photograph on page 4?
Ok, y ahora voy a bajar a esta fotografía acá. ¿Qué aparece en esta fotografía aquí?
This is a picture of an entry that was created in the front facade leading to the basement.
Esta es una fotografía de una entrada que se creó en la parte de enfrente, en la fachada de la casa, que entra hacia el sótano.
Now I'm going to scroll up very briefly to page 2.
Ahora voy a ir brevemente a la página número 2.
Was there previously any excavation beneath this front window where there is now an entry door?
Y antes de esto había una entrada, previamente había una entrada bajo esta ventana.
No, there weren't.
No, no había.
Going back to page 4, are there currently any construction permits in the system for this excavation?
Y aquí, vamos a ver de nuevo esta página, la página 4. Actualmente hay un permiso de construcción para este sistema.
No.
No.
And before anyone can get a building permit for that type of excavation, do they first need to get a use permit, changing the use from one family to two family?
Y antes de poder hacer cualquier construcción de esto, se necesita un permiso para poder cambiar la casa de una familia de una unidad a dos.
That is correct.
Es correcto.
And just scrolling down now to page 6. What is this that's depicted on page 6?
Ok, vamos acá a la página 6. ¿Qué es lo que aparece aquí en la página 6?
This is a picture, again, showing the front of the building. In addition to that, we also noticed that there is a trash can, and then there is also a recyclable bin in the front.
Muy bien, este de nuevo es una fotografía de la parte de enfrente del edificio y hay un basurero enfrente y también hay un bin de reciclaje.
Does that full recycle bin tend to indicate that this property is now occupied?
Y este basurero lleno indica de que esto es un indicativo de que esta propiedad ya está siendo habitada.
Yes, it does.
Sí, sí lo hace.
I'm going to scroll down to page 9.
Voy a bajar a la página 9.
What is this document that's on screen?
¿Qué es este documento que está en pantalla?
This is a document that's normally kept in the normal course of our business that we use for research.
Este es un documento que aparece normalmente en nuestro negocio, en nuestra industria, como que se utiliza para poder hacer investigaciones.
And what does this document say?
¿Y qué dice este documento?
It points to the address, the correct address of the property in question.
Muestra señala la correcta dirección de la propiedad en cuestión.
Well, specifically, does it mean that there are no permits in the system for this address?
Y específicamente muestra de que no hay ningún permiso para esta dirección.
If you could answer again.
More specifically, it is a permit search by the address.
Más específicamente, esta es una búsqueda, es un sistema que nos permite buscar un permiso para esa dirección.
All right, so I'm going to go down now to page 10. What is this document on page 10?
Voy a bajar a la página 10. ¿Qué es este documento en la página 10?
This is a response to an application made for a proposed change.
Este es una respuesta que se hizo una aplicación para una propuesta de cambio.
Specifically, when you say proposed change, do you mean they're attempting to change the use of the subject premises?
Específicamente se refiere que están tratando, es una propuesta porque pretenden cambiar el uso de esta propiedad.
That is correct.
Es correcto.
So what are they proposing to change it to?
¿Y a qué están proponiendo?
The current use is for a single family residence, and the proposed change is to make it into a two-family.
Ok, el uso actual es para uso de una sola familia y la propuesta es para que sea utilizado por dos familias.
So what's the date of this refusal?
¿Cuál es la fecha de este rechazo?
The date of refusal is 5/31/2022.
La fecha de este rechazo es 5/31 del 2022.
So this refusal was issued before the final warning in this case was issued?
Entonces, este rechazo fue hecho antes de que se diera la última advertencia.
That is correct.
Es correcto.
So it would stand to reason that the application for this zoning permit was also submitted after the notice of violations was sent, but before the final warning was sent.
Entonces podemos razonar de que este permiso de zonificación fue rechazado, fue ingresado después de la notificación de violación, ¿verdad? ¿No fue enviado antes?
That is correct.
Eso es correcto.
So the documents that I've shown you, the photographs, exhibit C1, C2, and C3, and the notice of violations, L&I search, and zoning refusal, C4, C5, and C6, are all of those documents L&I keeps in the ordinary course of its business?
Muy bien, entonces todos los documentos y fotografías que se mostraron, el C1, C2 y C3, las notificaciones de la violación, la búsqueda de LI y de C4, C5 y C6, todos esos son documentos que están en la industria de LIN?
Yes.
Sí.
And are all of those documents created or have information that was created by people with direct knowledge?
Y todos esos documentos son documentos creados por personas que tienen conocimiento directo.
That is correct.
Eso es correcto.
And was it part of their duties to create these documents?
¿Y fue parte de sus tareas crear estos documentos?
Yes.
Sí.
I have no further questions for the administrator, and I can keep my screen shared for cross-examination.
Ok, no tengo más preguntas para el administrador y puedo mantener mi página, compartiendo mi página, si necesitan hacer una otra examinación cruzada.
Mr. Donato, do you have any questions of Mr. Mohammed based on his testimony?
Muy bien. Y señorita Donado, ¿usted tiene alguna pregunta para el señor Mohammed basándonos en todo esto?
Sí.
Yes.
Please ask your question.
Por favor, pregunte.
Ok. Yo tengo otros permisos sometidos, otros permisos de zoning que él no mencionó.
Yes, I have other zoning permits applications that he did not mention.
Yeah.
Okay, but if you have a question for Mr. Mohammed, please ask the question. That was not a question.
Ok, pero si usted tiene una pregunta para el señor Mohammed, por favor, la pregunta, porque esa no era una pregunta.
Ask the question because you're not letting me.
So, para mi entender, yo tengo otros documentos sometidos, otros permisos, pero si yo no estoy ready para ustedes, necesito un abogado, necesito tiempo.
Okay, so from my understanding, if I have other permits submitted, but if I am not ready for you, I need a lawyer and I need time to prepare.
Okay, that wasn't a question for Mr. Mohammed. So
Okay.
I take it if you don't have any questions for Mr. Mohammed, that's okay.
Ok, esa no era una pregunta para el señor Mohammed, pero si no tiene preguntas para el señor Mohammed directamente, está bien, no hay ningún problema.
Ok, quiero saber, esta pregunta para el señor Mohammed, una aplicación de junio 21, le puedo dar el número de la aplicación, es RP 2022-006945. Y tengo otra, ZP 2022-007057, que él no mencionó. ¿Dónde están?
Ese es el intérprete. ¿Puede repetir, por favor, digo, ZP 2022-00?
7057.
Gracias. Interpreter, here I was asking for a repetition of the number. Okay, so yes, I would like to know if I have an application for June 21st, and I could give you the number, which is RP 2022-006945. And I have another one, which is ZP 2022-007057.
Okay, what is the question though? I didn't understand the question.
Okay, pero ¿cuál es la pregunta?
Porque él dice que yo no tengo ningún otro papel o ningún otro permiso. Y sí, yo lo sometí. Por lo menos la señora Cadillo lo hizo por mí.
Because he's saying that I don't have another permit application, that I don't have another permit, and I do have another permit, and submitted by me or at least submitted by Ms. Cadillo.
All right, let's do this. Mr. Donato, the city has presented its witness and its facts. Do you have any testimony that you would like to give on your behalf to explain what we are doing?
Actually,
Okay.
members of the board,
Yes.
if I can interject, I realize it's unorthodox, but I can do a little bit of redirect on the application, the RP application that Ms. Donato mentioned.
Yeah, I guess, Mr. Cohen, I'd rather, well, let the interpreter.
Muy bien. Muy bien, perfecto. Señorita Donado, esto es lo que vamos a hacer. La ciudad presentó unos testigos y presentó unos hechos. Queríamos preguntarle si usted tenía un testimonio de su parte acerca de lo que estamos haciendo acá. Ahora, el señor Jeffrey Cohen dice, si puedo, yo puedo hacer una redirección sobre la aplicación de RP que la señorita Donado mencionó.
Okay, Mr. Cohen, what I'd rather do is hear from Mr. Donato first, because I don't
Okay.
want to get too far off into the zoning issue, because that's really outside of our purview. The issue is whether or not it's a two-family property in a single-family zone structure.
Well, just as an offer of proof, I believe Ms. Donato is confused. She's talking about permit applications, not issued permits.
Okay, interpret.
Muy bien, entonces lo que quiero hacer es que quiero permitir que la señorita Donado hable primero porque no queremos ingresar a la parte de zonificación porque realmente ese no es el asunto. El asunto es si esta es una unidad de dos familias o de una familia. Ahora, si yo creo, Mr. Jeffrey Cohen menciona, sí, lo que pasa es que está hablando acerca de aplicaciones para permisos y hay aplicaciones emitidas.
Well, Mr. Donato and Mr. Cohen, what I'd like Mr. Donato to do at this time is to tell us why she's appealed the violation notice.
Okay. Lo que queremos, señorita Donado, es que nos mencione en este momento por qué usted está apelando a esta notificación.
Porque necesito tiempo, no estoy preparada todavía, necesito tiempo para resolver esta situación, este problema, porque yo quiero arreglarlo. Lo que necesito es que me den una oportunidad y tiempo para hacerlo. No me estoy negando a arreglarlo, simplemente que me den tiempo, que me den una oportunidad para hacerlo.
Okay.
He hecho todos los papeles, he buscado ayuda, que esto no es barato tampoco, he buscado ayuda, no me he negado a hacerlo y las muestras están ahí, que he sometido permisos para zoning y diferentes cosas, pero como dije al comienzo, yo no tengo experiencia en esto, es primera vez que lo hago y por eso estoy buscando ayuda y necesito tiempo.
Okay, so yes, basically it's just that I need time to prepare because I'm not prepared to resolve this issue. Yes, I am willing to resolve this. I want to, and I want to fix this, and I just want an opportunity to give me time so I can fix this. Because I don't know how to do this. This is the first time I've done this. I don't have experience with this, and that's why I need help.
Okay. Ms. Donato, you chose to put the appeal there. It was your choice. And so today is the hearing where you were expected to come prepared to argue your case.
Ok, señorita Donado, usted eligió hacer la apelación y esta es la audiencia de la apelación, así que se esperaba de que usted tenía que venir preparado.
Okay, I have a question for Ms. Donato, if you could unmute herself. Ms. Donato, when you purchased the property, was it a two-family dwelling?
Entonces, señorita Donado, cuando usted compró la propiedad, ¿era de dos pisos?
No.
No.
Did you hire the contractors to convert it to a two-family dwelling?
Y usted contrató a las personas para que la convirtieran en un establecimiento de dos familias?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, did you create a living space in the basement?
¿Y usted creó un espacio para vivir en el sótano?
En el basement no hay nada, lo pueden ir a ver cualquier momento.
In the basement, there is nothing in the basement. You can go and see it at any moment.
Did the contractor you hired acquire the permits from the city to do the work?
¿Y el contratista que usted contrató adquirió los permisos de la ciudad para realizar el trabajo?
No.
No.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen, do you have any other questions?
Cohen, ¿tiene
just-
alguna pregunta?
Just a very brief offer of proof that I would ask the administrator to confirm or to amend.
Solamente una breve solicitud de muestra de evidencia que les quiero pedir al administrador, si lo puede confirmar.
Just that application RP 2022-006945 is an incomplete application that has been awaiting revisions since July 12th of 2022. Administrator, is that correct?
That is correct.
Well, we didn't interpret yet.
Muy bien, entonces, solamente quiero verificar la aplicación RP 2022-006945, hecha en julio 12, 2002. Esa es una aplicación que no está completa y se está esperando revisión. Eso es correcto.
And Administrator, earlier in this hearing, when we were discussing standing, the city put forward that zoning permit ending 7057 was also incomplete with revisions requested June 19th of 2022. Is that correct?
Muy bien, y también estamos hablando, señor administrador, estamos hablando más temprano que en esta audiencia, que esta ciudad puso el permiso de 717 en junio 19 de 2022. También no está completa, ¿correcto?
That is correct.
Eso es correcto.
Other than that, I would move that exhibits C1 through C6 be admitted.
Además de eso, quiero proceder a que la evidencia C1 a C6 sea admitida.
So moved.
And that is all from the city other than closing.
Wait. He didn't interpret my so moved. You have to wait, Mr. Cole.
Sorry.
Muy bien, entonces sí, es admitida.
Then the city would just provide closing and that's it.
Muy bien, entonces la ciudad solamente proveería ya cerrar esto y con eso completamos.
Mr. Donato, we're going to ask if you have anything else you'd like to add before the city makes its final comments. Your request for a continuance, I believe that's what you were asking for, to allow you to gain an attorney, is denied in the middle of the hearing. So we're going to proceed to make a decision. You can always appeal our decision if you choose to.
Muy bien, entonces, señorita Donado, entonces le quería preguntar si hay algo más simplemente que le quiera preguntar a la ciudad, si algún comentario final, porque su solicitud para continuar con esta audiencia que se hizo a mitad de esta audiencia, sobre poder continuar, conseguir con un abogado más, pues esto fue rechazado, así que usted siempre puede apelar la decisión que vamos a tomar en este momento. ¿Está bien?
Mr. Donato, do you have any final comments you'd like to make?
Señorita Donado, ¿tiene algún comentario adicional que quiera hacer? Señorita Donado, ¿tiene algún comentario que quiera hacer?
No, no tengo
No.
ningún comentario.
No,
Thank
no
you.
comment.
Mr. Cohen?
Señor Cohen.
Very briefly, Ms. Donato has asked for more time, but this appeal has been going on since June of 2022.
Muy bien, muy brevemente, la señorita Donado pidió más tiempo, pero esta apelación ha estado desde junio de 2022.
And the notice of violation was sent out May 12th of 2022.
Y la notificación de violación fue enviada mayo 12 de 2022.
And in the meantime, the property appears to have been occupied with a full recycle can in the city's photo C3.
Y por los momentos, la propiedad parece que está completamente ocupada, incluyendo un basurero de reciclaje que está enfrente, que aparece en la fotografía mencionada. en el C22.
And as the board is aware, the reason for the permitting process is safety, making sure that the two-family dwelling that now exists is safe to occupy.
Y la razón, quiero hacerles saber a todos de que la razón por lo cual los permisos existen es por seguridad para las dos familias que ya existen en la propiedad.
And the law very clearly states Ms. Donato is not allowed, is not privileged to put tenants into a property that has not been approved, that does not have a certificate of occupancy.
Y la ley establece que la señorita Donado no tiene el privilegio de poner inquilinos en la propiedad, al menos que tenga un certificado de la ciudad para ocuparla.
So for these reasons, the city requests a city affirmed flat out without any stay of enforcement, because by skirting the proper procedures, Ms. Donato has also skirted the proper safety inspections.
Y por eso es que, por estas razones, estoy solicitando que se haga una afirmación por la ciudad en seco, es decir, de inmediato, ya que la señorita Donado, al hacer estos procedimientos de manera repentina, también está poniendo en riesgo la seguridad de los inquilinos.
Thank you, members of the board.
Gracias.
We will call the vote on HA-2022-002713.
Ok, entonces vamos a pedir la votación para el HA de 2022-00271.
Ella tenía que haber
The address is 3445 Time Street.
Y la dirección es el 3445 calle Caim.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Muy bien, afirmado por la ciudad.
Okay, Ms. Donato, that means that you have lost your appeal. However, you may appeal our decision. If you need information as to how to do that, call the office. The phone number is on the letter that you received in the mail.
Muy bien, entonces, señorita Donado, esto significa que perdió la apelación. Sin embargo, usted puede apelar esta decisión. Si necesita información de cómo hacer esta apelación, usted puede llamar a las oficinas. El número está en la carta que recibió por correo.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Gracias. Gracias, tenga bonita tarde.
Okay, Mr. Wade, do we still need the interpreter? I know we have one matter outstanding.
We have one matter with the interpreter, and the appellant is back in the room. However, I believe Mrs. Davis wants to put something on the record prior, if that's okay.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Wade. Good afternoon, board. I just want to bring the board's attention to case number 43. My inspector had to leave, so essentially the city, as well as the appellate's attorney, Mr. David Dennever, has agreed to a continuance of this matter, which I believe the date is set for September 26th.
Is Mr. Denneberg still present?
He is, his office is on the screen, but
anyone there who can speak for him?
Actually, I could just give him a call really quickly.
Well, I mean, if he isn't present, I just wanted to, if he isn't present, that's okay. Well, is this a joint continuance request?
Yes.
Okay, we'll continue the matter. Now, is this the first continuance for this?
I cannot state for sure.
Give me a second. I can look it up.
Thank you.
Let's see the matter right now.
Okay. Well, why don't we do this? I'm asking because we need this to be heard so that it will not clog the system up. So I'm going to.
Understandable. And
it must
I
be
do
heard.
apologize to the board, as my inspector told me literally last minute.
Okay.
Otherwise, I would not be making this request.
Okay, just note that it must be heard on next.
It was continued. It was continued in April.
Okay, must be heard the next time up.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Chairman.
Okay, so what do we have next, Mr. Wade?
So we'll recall case number 34.
Okay,
Case number 34, hearing appeal number HA 2022-003438, 4127 Glendale, Anna Fernandez.
Yes, I'm here.
okay, we have an interpreter. Mr. Interpreter, please raise your right hand so that me may swear you again. Do you swear or affirm that you will faithfully translate between English and Spanish and English for this matter?
I swear.
Okay, thank you. Place your hand down. As we did before, I'll need you to interpret everything I say.
Yes, sir.
Who's the attorney representing the city in this matter?
Good
¿Quién es el
afternoon,
abogado que está
members.
representándola?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Jim Kelly on behalf of the city.
Buenas
Good
tardes,
afternoon.
miembros. James Kelly, miembro de la ciudad.
Okay, Mr. Kelly, and also, the appellate is Ms. Anna Fernandez. I'd ask, as we go through this proceeding, that you ask very short, direct questions, wait for the interpreter, and your responses should be as direct as short, and wait for the interpreter. Understood?
Absolutely.
Muy bien, entonces, por favor, siempre, señor Kelly, le voy a pedir siempre que como el apelante es Ana Fernández, cuando estemos haciendo este procedimiento, le voy a pedir que haga preguntas cortas y directas, esperar a que el intérprete haga las preguntas en español y después, cuando responda, esperar que el intérprete también interprete la respuesta de la señorita Ana Fernández.
Okay. Ms. Anna Fernandez, we'd like to see your face. If you can put your video on so we can see your face.
Señorita Ana Fernández, por favor, queremos verla. Por favor, puede poner el video, por favor.
Déjame ver si trato, porque
Let
yo
me
no sé
see, I'm
mucho
gonna
de
try.
esto.
Because I'm not very tech savvy.
Mr. Herrero, is there any help you can give in this matter?
If she's on her laptop, it probably has a slider over the cover because it looks like her camera is on. But I think it might be hidden.
He was on camera the whole time, the other case was going on.
Mira, tú sabes
Sí,
esa vaina de Zoom, ponérmelo a que yo pueda ver la gente que están hablando. Zoom, eso es un meeting y ellos me quieren ver.
This is the interpreter. I believe she's asking somebody for help right there.
Primo. Le tengo dos para que escuche.
Okay, there she is.
Ahí está.
Okay, Ms. Fernandez, I need you to be stationary. You can't walk around.
Ok, señorita Hernández, Fernández, necesito que esté estacionaria. Necesito que no se esté moviendo a ningún lado.
No, era que no podía ponerlo y por eso fue que me moví para buscar a alguien que me ayudara.
Yeah, it's just that I was looking for somebody because that's why I was moving. I couldn't put it on, so I looked for help.
Okay, but I want to make sure she understands. Is she at work now or something?
Ok, solo quiero que sí que quede bien claro, que lo entienda. Pero ¿está trabajando en este momento?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, you cannot be working while you're at the hearing. So you have to be in one place, stationary and focused on the hearing.
Ok, no puede estar trabajando mientras está en audiencia. Necesita estar en un lugar estacionaria sin moverse.
Es imposible, yo estoy en mi trabajo, no puedo ir.
It's
Y no tengo a nadie.
Well, we will have to
work
cancel the
and-
hearing then because I'm not going to have you working and on the hearing at the same time.
Ok, entonces vamos a cancelar la audiencia en este momento porque no puedo que esté trabajando en este momento y esté en audiencia también.
Pero yo lo estoy escuchando bien claro.
But I'm listening to you and it's very clear.
It's very clear that when you're in court, that's all you can do. This is a court setting. You have to focus on us. You cannot work and attend the hearing.
Es bien claro que cuando está en corte tiene que estar haciendo solamente el trabajo de la corte. Tiene que estar enfocado en esto, no puede estar trabajando, no puede estar haciendo otra cosa.
Ok, pues entonces tendría que cancelarla porque mi trabajo no puedo, no tengo a nadie aquí que pueda ayudar.
Yeah, then I guess I'm going to have to cancel it because I'm at work and I can't, there's nobody else.
Okay. Mr. Kelly, do you have any response to that?
Señor Kelly, ¿alguna respuesta?
I mean, if we're able to work something out with her, I don't know if she's not ready to go today, if she can step out for however long the hearing will take, I'm not sure.
No, no sé si está lista o dispuesta, tal vez como que pueda salir un momento mientras dura la audiencia.
Es que trabajo bodega y entonces tengo que estar aquí, pero no puedo moverme porque trabajo en la caja, no hay nadie más que sepa cobrar, solo yo sé cobrar.
Okay, yeah, the thing is I work at a storage area and I need to be here because I work as a cashier and nobody else can charge anybody else. Nobody else can work the cashier.
Okay, we're gonna continue this matter. Mr. Kelly, we can't, it's just impossible to have a hearing under those conditions.
Sure.
We're gonna have to
Ok,
continue.
señor Kelly, vamos a continuar con esto porque es imposible, pues, tener una audiencia con esta situación.
Ok, porque en este momento, pues hay momentos como ahora no tengo a nadie. Entonces puedo estar hablando porque no tengo a nadie, pero sí hay momentos que me puede llegar una gente.
Yeah, I mean, it's moments like this, for example, right now, and there's nobody else, but there's nobody else here, but it could be a client that walks in and I would have to stop, yeah.
Okay, in the future, whenever the next date will be, you have to not be working. You cannot come to participate in the hearing and be at work. Understood?
Ok, en el futuro, cuando le pongamos la siguiente fecha, no tiene que estar trabajando, ok, tiene que estar enfocado en la corte, ¿está bien?
Está bien, pues tendría que ser un jueves porque
Very
es
well.
el único día en que yo no trabajo.
It would have to be on a Thursday because it's the only day that I'm not working.
Okay, we cannot commit to a date as of right now. You'll get a notice in the mail.
No podemos, muy bien, no podemos comprometernos a una fecha por los momentos, pero va a recibir una notificación por correo.
Ok, le está bien, pero que eso que le digo, que espero que sea un jueves.
Yeah, I just hope it's a Thursday.
All right, thank you very much. Let's move on to the next matter.
Muchas
Thank you, Mr.
gracias.
Ok, perdón.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Interpreter, I think that's it for you today. I think we're done. Okay,
Well, thank you, sir, and I hope it was to your satisfaction.
have a good afternoon.
You
It's
too.
always complicated.
Have a good
Mr.
day.
Wade, let's go to the next matter.
Case number 48, hearing appeal number HA 2023 002717, 2847 Shipley Road. Ebenezer Edazine.
Okay, who's handling the city?
Good afternoon, Amy Skiles on behalf of the city.
Good afternoon, Ms. Skiles. Have you heard from the appellant?
I did, I spoke with the appellant yesterday. He did inform me at that time that he had work today. I sent him the link. I told him at that time we couldn't agree to a continuance. This involves a cease. So I told him the department wanted to move forward and that he should reach out to the board if he couldn't make it. I sent him the link via email this morning, and I haven't heard anything else from him.
Okay. Read it in, Mr. Wade, we'll proceed.
I read it in again, or?
Oh, I'm sorry. You read it in
Service-
already. My apologies, everyone. Okay.
Service was made and the emergency appeal was granted last week.
Okay. Ms. Skiles, before we get to a resolution, give us a sense of what are the parameters of this matter? What's going on here?
So the cease was issued, there was a basement apartment unit created with no zoning. That was the main basis for the cease. Upon further inspection, the department has very serious fire concerns regarding fire in this basement unit. And we do believe that the occupant, if she were to stay in there, it would be a significant threat to her life and her safety. And so that is why we are seeking the cease today.
Okay, and the appellant is the owner of the property?
The appellant is the owner, yes.
Okay.
The occupant also appealed the violations, appealed the cease. However, she did not make an emergency appeal, so that appeal has not been scheduled yet.
Oh. Okay. Okay, so there will be one additional hearing. Well, maybe not, depending on when you execute the cease.
Well, we would be looking to execute the cease as soon as possible.
Okay. All right, what is your pleasure for today?
We would be asking for a city affirm due to failure to appear.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Mr. Petty, what time do we have?
4:26 PM.
4:26 PM? Okay, we'll poll the board regarding HA 2023-002717, 2847 Shipley Road, Obina, Edozine, city affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Thank you very much. So I think that resolves that matter.
Brings us to case 52, hearing appeal number HA 2023-002813, 325 through 27 North 12th Street, Philip Cochetti.
Okay,
Amy
Uh,
Skiles once again on behalf of the city.
okay, Mr. Cochetti available? Likewise, Ms. Skiles, any communication with this appellant?
I have not heard from this appellant. I did email him the city's exhibits. I have not heard anything back from this appellant.
Okay, anyone present regarding who's here to represent the interests of 325-27 North 12th Street or Mr. Philip Cochetti? Anyone present? Hearing no response or seeing no response from anyone. Mr. Wade, was that matter properly served?
The emergency appeal was approved last Wednesday. And notice was sent out on the 14th.
Okay, just one moment. Just want to check something. Okay. The time, Mr. Pettit,
4:28 PM.
4:28 PM. Okay, thank you. We'll call the vote on HA 2023-002813, 325-27 North 12th Street. Philip Cochetti, city affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
Washington, you're muted.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Thank you very much. Okay. All right. Mr. Wade, I think we have one more, correct?
Two more.
Two more? Okay.
The one that we put on hold for Mr. Cohen.
Okay. It's Mr.
So we have
okay.
case number 53, hearing appeal number HA 2023-002756, 5042 North Fifth Street, Hala Habib Mini Market Incorporated.
Okay. Who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Will Fernandez on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fernandez, whose legal counsel is noted as Nigel Scott. Is Mr. Scott present?
Present, Nigel Scott on behalf of appellant Hala Habibi Incorporated. With me is
Yeah.
also corporate officer for the establishment, Yaqub El Ghazali.
Okay, thank you. Will there be any witnesses on your side, Mr. Scott?
Yes, Mr. El Ghazali.
Okay, Mr. Fernandez, how many witnesses do you have?
Just one witness, Ms. Jody Wilkins of the City of Philadelphia Health Department.
Okay, I would ask that both witnesses present themselves so that we can swear them at the same time. I see Ms. Wilkins, so I'll just need to see your witness.
Hi, this is Yaqub
Okay.
Ghazali, witness
Okay.
Hala Habibi remark.
Okay, thank you. Raise your right hands, please. Do you both swear and affirm the testimony that you give in this matter to be the truth to help you God?
Yes,
I
sir.
do.
All right, thank you very much. Place your hands down. Mr. Fernandez, before we proceed, just want to indicate to Mr. Scott, I don't know if your client or your witness is in the same room as you are, but if you aren't and you need time to confer, just let me know. We'll put you in a breakout room. And I would also advise your client to pay attention to the attorney you've hired to represent your interests.
Yes, we are not in the same room and I appreciate the instructions. I will definitely alert the board. Before we begin, as a matter of, for preliminary purposes, I'd just like to note for the record that we received the city's evidence packet yesterday, 22 hours ago to be specific. and we were not given any notice of any witnesses. So we would like
Okay.
to put the objection on the record.
Okay, any response, Mr. Fernandez?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just point out that this was a very late hour addition to the list on an emergency basis. I think it was added to the list on Friday afternoon. So I provided opposing counsel with the packet one business day after this matter was added to the list.
Okay, thank you. Given the circumstances and the fact that this was added as an emergency matter. Pardon me?
My apologies before you rule. I'm really sorry to interrupt, but the reason why this was placed on the list late was not the appellant's fault. It was the city's fault. They overlooked our request for emergency appeal. We emailed the request for emergency appeal on June 21st, which was 7 days within 5 business days because there was a weekend and the Juneteenth holiday. We emailed that request. Just to give you the dates, the violations were issued on June 14th. Like I said, there was an intervening weekend and the Juneteenth holiday. We emailed the request for emergency hearing on the 21st. We did not get a response to that request until July 5th. And we subsequently got an email from the city explaining that they overlooked our request. So respectfully, it's not the appellant's fault that the city was delayed in placing this request in queue. And it's not the appellant's fault that they should be prejudiced by the late submission of the evidence packet and the list of witnesses.
Okay, Mr. Scott, I appreciate your additional clarification. In this matter, we're going to proceed unless you want to continue it even further. I don't think that would be helpful to your client, so we're going to move forward. Thank you. So let's do this. Mr. Fernandez, would you mind? Mr. Scott, I'm not sure if you participated in these hearings in recent history. So what we normally do, the city will present first, present its witness, you will cross, and then you will present your witness in your case, and the city will cross, of course. There will be final, there will be closing from yourself, and then Mr. Fernandez, and we will vote on the record. Okay?
Understood.
Thank you. Mr. Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be very brief in my introduction of this matter. The appellant here operates a mini mart. It trades under Al Habibi Mini Mart at 5042 North 5th Street. This market, this establishment has been repeatedly cited and had cease operations orders issued to it for the unpermitted sale of tobacco products. The cease operations that is currently at issue was issued on June 14th, 2023. It is in fact the 8th time that the health department has issued a cease operations order to this establishment for unpermitted tobacco sales. You're going to hear testimony from Ms. Wilkins, not only regarding this most recent inspection and the results of that inspection, but about the prior citations. And you're also going to hear, before we get into those specific facts, about the health department's policy with respect to unpermitted tobacco sales and specifically repeat offenders of the code requirement that a tobacco sales retailer permit is required in order to sell tobacco or tobacco products.
Okay, please proceed.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, can you repeat
Yes,
that?
please proceed. Yeah.
Oh, I'll briefly sketch out the policy that you're going to hear Ms. Wilkins describe. The first time an establishment is observed selling tobacco without the required permit, they are issued a citation, a CVN, and they are instructed to remove the tobacco from the premises. The second time an establishment is found to be selling tobacco products without the required permit, they are given a 48-hour cease operations order. Exactly what it sounds like. They have to remain shut down for 48 hours, pay all due reinspection fees, and then pass a reinspection with the tobacco products removed, of course, before opening up again. The third instance that an establishment is observed selling tobacco without the required permit, they are given a 14-day cease operations. Again, exactly what it sounds like. The establishment is required to close for 14 days. They have to pay all due fees. They have to pass a reinspection, and they have to sign a document called a compliance plan or more specifically, a compliance plan post 14-day cease operations. This compliance plan has to be signed, basically a checkbox, and submitted online. You're going to hear testimony from Ms. Wilkins that in this instance, it's been more than 14 days since the June 14th cease operations was issued. The health department is happy to allow the establishment to reopen so long as they comply with the department's policies, which are requesting and passing a reinspection and submitting the compliance plan post 14-day cease operations to the health department. Here, my understanding, I guess we'll hear more from the appellant, is that the appellant is refusing to submit the compliance plan and therefore remain under cease operations to this day. I have nothing further at this time. Thank you, members of the board.
Okay, now you want to call your first witness?
Unless Mr. Scott wishes to give an opening statement, or did you want him reserving that for his case?
Mr. Scott, do you have any opening you'd like to make?
I actually would like to reserve my opening.
Okay, all righty.
In that case, the city calls Miss Jody Wilkins.
Hello,
Hi, Ms. Wilkins, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. Can you please introduce yourself and state your position of employment for the members of the board?
Yes, my name is Jody Wilkins. I'm a sanitarian supervisor with the City of Philadelphia Health Department, Tobacco Enforcement.
How long have you been a sanitarian supervisor?
I'd say at least since I've been here in the health departments for about 12 years in various positions, but I've been a supervisor since that time.
Okay. In your role as a sanitarian supervisor, are you familiar with the health department's policies around establishment inspections?
Yes.
Do you have access to the health department's records? For example, inspection reports, photos taken during inspection, things of that nature?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a series of questions first about the health department's policies with respect to unpermitted tobacco sales. Once we get through those, I'll let you know that we're done there, and then we'll turn our attention to this establishment in particular. Does that sound okay?
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. So to begin with, what does the health department do the first time it observes an establishment engaged in unpermitted tobacco sales?
We do, if we see a violation, then we issue a code violation unit, basically a ticket for selling tobacco without a permit. And then we do order them to remove the tobacco from the premises. And there is no cease operation at that time. I'm sorry, there's no cease operations ordered at that time. It's just a removal of the tobacco.
Okay, it might have just been my computer, but it sounded like you referred to a code violation unit. Is that what you said, or did you say something different?
Oh, code violation notice.
Okay, thank you. And I'm not sure if it's just on my end, but your audio is getting a little bit dragged out, compressed or something. So I'll let you know if I don't understand anything you say, and I'll ask you to repeat it.
Okay, well, just one moment. I just want to
Okay,
check
thank
in with the court reporter. Just want to know, are you hearing everything clearly enough?
I'm having the same problem. It dragged a little bit.
Okay, Ms. Wilkins, I don't know if there's anything you can do to stabilize your communication.
Let me see if I can. I'm in the conference room. Normally this is a good position, but hold on just a second if I can see what the let me see.
I would just note that the video, there's a lag as well with the video. So quite possible it's a connectivity issue.
Okay. Before we.
Yes,
Mr.
I believe it is.
Okay, let's check on our end. Is there anything, Mr. Wade, that we can do to help to stabilize this, or do we need to have her move?
I mean, it's just her connection. She seems to be all right now, though.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's just
Well,
the internet connection. That would be my guess.
We will try to press through this. Mr. Fernandez, I'd ask though, given the nature of the connectivity, if you can keep your questions very pointed and direct. And Ms. Wilkins, if your responses could be very pointed and direct, okay?
Okay.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Wilkins, You just described to us the first instance, what happens when an establishment is cited for unpermitted tobacco sales in the first instance. What happens in the second instance?
Then they are issued a 48-hour cease.
What is a 48-hour cease?
Oh, they have to basically shut down for at least 48 hours, and they would have to remove the tobacco and pay any additional fees in order to be reopened.
Okay. And what happens if an establishment is found to be engaged in unpermitted tobacco sales for a third instance or fourth instance or fifth instance, basically third and on? What happens? Is everyone still with me? I think we might have lost Ms. Wilkins.
I
Still
think we
here.
lost Miss Wilkins though. Miss Wilkins? You're
think she
muted,
just
Miss
rejoined
Wilkins.
us.
Somehow, did you hear me?
No, we didn't hear you at all. We didn't
Can
get
you hear
to
me
the-
now?
Yes, so you're on 2 devices, is that it?
Actually, I'm in on a tablet, and the connection just knocked me out. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because it's showing that you're muted at the moment, but we can hear you, of course, but not very well, but we can hear you. Is there a way for you to sign in on? Is there another device that would be more compatible?
Maybe I can move out of this location if we can take a moment if I can.
Well, how about this? Do you have a cell phone that you could use? If you could sign in with your cell phone, keep your video up and just sign in on your cell phone, and we can hear your voice on your cell phone.
All right, let me see. Give me just a second. I have to get my setup here.
Okay. Also, if you're in a if you're in a city building, can you use Ethernet or hardwire? Would that help?
I don't know how that is set up. Our IT person is not here today in the office. We're usually using wireless, the Wi-Fi here.
My apologies to everyone. Unfortunately, this is unforeseen, so. Mr. Fernandez, Mr. Scott, I'm wondering if we should go off the record for about 3 or 4 minutes to allow her to reestablish the connectivity. I don't want the clock to be running while she's trying to do that.
No objection from me, certainly, and I appreciate the board's efforts to resolve this issue and apologize for any inconvenience.
Yeah,
Scott?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'll rewind just a little bit. Thank you. Ms. Wilkins, I think you had described to us what happens at the first and second instance of a health department sanitarian observing unpermitted tobacco sales. At risk of repeating yourself slightly, because I think you had started to answer this, can you describe what happens on the third instance and onwards?
Yes, so they would end up getting a 14-day cease, with meaning that they have to be closed at least 14 days. And then they would need to go ahead, in order to get reopened, they would need to be able to remove the tobacco, pay any reinspection fees that's owed. And then they would need to sign the compliance plan, and then pass a reinspection to be open again.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkins. Ms. Wilkins, the compliance plan for after a 14-day cease operations, It requires the establishment owner or representative to sign to check off an attestation, to basically sign an attestation. Can you read that attestation to the Board of L&I review if you have it handy?
Yes, hold on, I have it. Okay. It says, I acknowledge that my establishment.
Just a
Yeah,
brief objection.
Mr. Scott, what's the basis of the objection?
I would like to see the document that Ms. Wilkins is reading from. I'd like
Okay,
to-
let's do this. Mr. Fernandez, do you have that as a part of your package for
No,
submission?
the attestation is not part of the package, but I can pull up the website that it's on and display that on the screen. It's a public website.
Okay, let's share that, Mr. Scott, so that you can see it while she's reading it. We can all see it. Thank you. Your
Thank
objection is sustained.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Can you please let me know if my screen has become visible?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the, well, you'll hear Ms. Wilkins in a moment. I'm going to scroll down to the attestation, which is what's in bold. Ms. Wilkins, can you please read the bold font on the screen for the members of the board?
Okay, before she does that, Mr. Fernandez, would you go back up to the heading so we can just clearly see the heading on this
Yes.
document? Okay. And this is currently posted on the Health Department's website.
No, specifically when and Ms. Wilkins will testify to this, when an establishment is given a 14-day cease operations, they're given a link to this. It's on FormStack, which is, a
Okay.
website that helps organize emails and responses and such. And one of the prerequisites, as Ms. Wilkins was just saying, to reopening after the 14 days of mandatory closure is to fill this out and submit it to the health department.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna, just for everyone's sake, I'm gonna scroll down this slowly so that you can see all of the fields. And then to the actual attestation. It's highlighted here. Ms. Wilkins, can you please read that attestation to the board?
Yes, I acknowledge that my establishment has repeatedly sold tobacco or tobacco products without a Philadelphia tobacco retailer permit. Moving forward, we will not sell tobacco or tobacco products without a tobacco retailer permit. We acknowledge that the unpermitted sale of tobacco or tobacco products is a nuisance under the Philadelphia law. We understand that if we are cited for the unpermitted sale of tobacco or tobacco products again, our commercial activity license and/or food license may be revoked. We certify with this statement that we will not engage in the sale of tobacco and tobacco products. And then it's as the establishment owner attest to the above statement.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkins. I'm gonna drop the share screen now.
Thank you.
Ms. Wilkins, when did the health department adopt the policy of 14-day cease operations? In other words, when did the health department start issuing 14-day cease operations orders?
May 15, 2023.
And in those 2 months and change, how many 14-day cease operations has the health department issued?
86.
Okay, does the health department issue a 14-day cease operations order every single time an establishment is cited for unpermitted tobacco sales a third time?
Yes.
And does each of those 14-day cease operations require the submission of a compliance plan prior to the health department lifting the cease operations order?
Yes.
Why did the health department decide to begin issuing 14-day cease operations orders?
Prior to May 15th, 2023, those who sold tobacco without a tobacco retailer permit would constantly go ahead and do it, get ceased, then get the cease lifted, then do it again. So it was repeated violators over and over. And so unfortunately, that meant our staff was as strained as our staff is, as everybody knows, most places are understaffed. During this period of time, it strains the health department's resources by having sanitarians go back and forth to these repeated violators. And they weren't, it was not, no matter how many ceases they had, they continued to violate the Philadelphia Code. So it was decided that, hey, this was not deterrent enough for them. The 48-hour ceases wasn't working. So we had to do something a little bit more deterrent. So the 14-day cease became effective.
Thank you. And one last question. Why does the health department require that these repeat offenders that have been cited with a 14-day cease operations, why does the health department require them to initial checkbox that attestation?
Because our plan is to make sure that they would at least make an attempt to clean their, clean up and go ahead and remove the tobacco and then have the tobacco remain removed. We want to give them the chance to at least, basically agree to that they, were violating and that they were going to stop at this point.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkins. I have no further questions about the policy at issue here. And so I am going to share my screen and put my evidence packet that corresponds entirely to the establishment in question today on my screen. That should be coming up in just a moment. Ms. Wilkins, can you see my evidence packet on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. I'm going to scroll down to page 3 of the PDF, marked as City Exhibits, page 1. Ms. Wilkins, have you seen this document before?
Yes, I have.
Can you please identify it for the members of the board?
This is a food facility inspection report. This was dated June 14th, 2020. Oh, no, I'm sorry. June 14th, 2023.
Okay, and what establishment is it a report for?
This is for Yala Habib Mini Mart. That's the trade name, is Hala Habib Mini Mart Inc. is the corporate ownership.
Okay, and what's the address?
That is 5042 North 5th Street.
Okay, I'm gonna scroll down now to City Exhibits, page 2. Do you see anything on this page that corresponds to unpermitted tobacco sales?
Yes, which is violation number 74 and 81. The establishment is selling tobacco without a valid Philadelphia tobacco retailer permit. A ticket was issued at that time. And then violation code, the establishment sold tobacco products without checking ID. This was issued based on the undercover sales of tobacco that was done on the prior month.
Okay, and I'm gonna ask you to take a
Objection.
What's the objection, sir?
The basis of the objection is that Ms. Wilkins is testifying to supposed evidence that was collected or obtained on a prior date. I'm not sure as to the basis of that knowledge, if she herself was part of that, or who was the person who supposedly was sold tobacco, the underage person that was sold tobacco on that day. And this is the first time that we're hearing of this. Again, the surprise element.
Okay, well, there should be, Mr. Fernandez, are you introducing records of the tickets that were issued
yes,
for the underage
yeah,
sale?
we'll get to that. Exhibit C is entirely CVNs, as you'll see down here.
Okay, so all that information your client has, Mr. Scott.
I have the tickets. I just
Yeah,
don't.
so that's the reference to the issue. Well, I think the better way to do this, Mr. Scott, on cross, you can bring that up.
Okay, I'm listing my objection. I do plan on addressing.
Sure, that's okay. That's noted and overruled. Let's proceed.
Ms. Wilkins, you described the violations that were issued here during this inspection report. Can you please, what was the result of that? Was there any further result besides the citations?
There were tobacco found on the premises on that date. Therefore, the business was ordered to cease for at least 14 days for having tobacco being sold on the premises.
Okay, I'm going to highlight a section of the report. You don't need to read the entirety of what's in this highlighted section, but can you please describe to the board what is essentially what it's getting at, what it says?
The general gist of it is that the business is out of compliance in regards to the inspection, and that they were ceased. This basically issues a cease order for violating the tobacco retailer permit code selling tobacco or without a permit. And it basically states it's a 14-day cease, and there's the link for the form stack link for the compliance plan. And so they would, if they violate that cease again, then another 14-day cease will be issued, and additional remedies by the law, allowed by the law, will be pursued at that time.
Thank you. I'm going to scroll down now to city exhibits, page 3. Can you describe what we're looking at, Ms. Wilkins?
This is a photo of the tobacco that was found on the premises that day.
Ms. Wilkins, did you take this photograph?
No, I did not.
Did you see this photograph in the health department records that you reviewed prior to this hearing?
Yes.
And does this photograph that you're looking at now, is it a true and correct representation of the photograph that you saw in the health department's records?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm sorry if I don't think you actually said this. What does this photograph actually show?
It actually shows that there were tobacco stored in this black cabinet that was on the premises. The inspector took that picture. The inspector that was there took that picture.
I'm going to scroll down very briefly. Can you describe what we're looking at here?
Is a picture of the cease operation sticker that was placed on their door at the time that the cease order was issued.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wilkins. I'm going to proceed now to City Exhibits page 5, which is page 8 of the PDF. And for the benefit of the board, you know, as we saw, I've seen a lot of cases today. I'm going to try to go through this kind of quickly.
Okay.
So, Ms. Wilkins, can you describe the document we're looking at here? And I'll zoom in a little bit so you can see.
Oh, yeah, thanks. This is another food facility inspection report. And this is dated June the 7th, 2021.
Okay, I'm going to scroll down to City Exhibits, page 6. Does this say anything about tobacco sales or unpermitted tobacco sales?
Yes, there were numerous tobacco products observed on the shelves at that time of that inspection.
And what was the result of this inspection?
The business was ceased for a minimum of 48 hours.
Okay, I'm going to continue to scroll onto City Exhibits, page 7. What is this document?
This is another food facility inspection report. This is dated 7/9/21.
Okay, so from June 2021 to now this one in July 2021. Ms. Wilkins, I'm going to scroll down to the next page. Is there anything regarding tobacco sales noted on this report?
Yes, there were tobacco products observed in the establishment during that time without a permit. And at that time, they were issued a 48-hour, at least 48-hour cease operations order.
Okay, moving right along, City Exhibits, page 9. What's this document?
This is another food facility inspection report. This is now dated August the 13th of 2021.
I'm going to scroll down to the next page where it has the observations and violations. Is there anything about tobacco sales noted on this report?
Yes, the business was found selling tobacco without a valid Philadelphia tobacco retailer permit. They had not removed the unapproved tobacco products from the premises at that time. A tobacco ticket was issued and a cease operations order of 48 hours was issued at that time.
Form of objection, exactly where is Ms. Wilkins reading from? Because I don't see anything on any of these about actual sale of tobacco.
Okay, Mr. Fernandez, can you highlight the area that she's reading?
Yeah, my highlighting tool is being a little wonky, but I direct Mr. Scott to item number 74 here, which says the establishment is selling tobacco without a valid Philadelphia tobacco retailer permit. The second violation doesn't talk about sales, it's failure to remove tobacco products from the premises.
So my response before you rule, Chairman, is that by flagging that particular violation under section 74.0.1, I believe that language is pre-populated. What I'm asking for, there was a narrative that Ms. Wilkins read from. I believe she may have been reading from the summary statements, and on none of the pages that we've seen thus far have I seen anything stating that there was an actual sale. So that's what I'm asking for. If she sees that in the summary statement, anything that states that the apartment establishment.
Okay, Mr. Scott, no, my ruling is this: if those seems to be more appropriate for your cross. And so you can ask her very specifically to answer the questions you need answered. In terms of how she's conveying information at this point, is referencing the documents that's before us.
Right, and she has to read what's on the screen. She's not allowed to ad lib.
Well, she can respond to the way that's in response to Ms. Fernandez's question.
But the
So
question
as
is-
I ruled on your objection and it's overruled, so let's move on. Anything else, Mr. Fernandez?
Yes, turning to city exhibits, page 11. Ms. Wilkins, can you please identify this document?
This is a food facility inspection report dated on February the 5th of 2022.
Okay, so we're skipping forward in time a little bit. I'm going to turn to page 2. Can you please read or can you please state, are there any tobacco-related violations set forth on this page?
Yes, the establishment was selling tobacco without a valid Philadelphia tobacco retailer permit. There was a sale of tobacco to a minor and one without checking ID at that time.
Okay, and let me just scroll up to make sure that we didn't skip. Okay, no. Okay, scrolling down from February 5th, 2022 to the next document, starting on city exhibits, page 13. Ms. Wilkins, can you please identify this document?
This is a food facility inspection report dated March the 21st, 2022.
Okay. Scrolling down to city exhibits, page 14. Are there any tobacco-related violations set forth on this page?
Yes, they was selling tobacco without a valid Philadelphia tobacco retailer permit. Permit ticket was issued. Tobacco product was observed in the service area and storage area. Then they were also selling electronic cigarette devices without Philadelphia tobacco retailer permit. And they also were ceased as well, 48-hour cease.
Thank you. Scrolling down to the next document, city exhibits, page 15. Ms. Wilkins, can you please identify this document?
It's a food facility inspection report dated July the 21st, 2022.
Scrolling down to the next page. Are there any tobacco-related violations on this document?
Yes, it's selling tobacco without a valid Philadelphia retailer permit. They also were selling electronic devices without a Philadelphia tobacco retailer permit. And there was a sell tobacco to minor and one without checking ID. And a cease operation order was also done here for 48 hours.
Okay. Turning to the document starting on city exhibits, page 17. What's this document?
A food facility inspection report dated March the 16th, 2023.
Scrolling down to city exhibits, page 18. Are there any tobacco-related violations on this document?
Yes, the assessment was selling tobacco without a valid Philadelphia tobacco retailer permit. Ticket was issued. And then the establishment sold tobacco products without checking ID. Another ticket was issued. And then a cease operation order of 48 hours was also issued.
Okay. Okay, that brings us to the list, to the end of those documents, the food facility inspection reports. Before we go forward, the reports that you just briefly testified about and identified, do all those reports match city records that you reviewed prior to this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and to your knowledge, were any of those food facility inspection reports accepting the June 14th, 2023 report appealed to the Board of L&I review?
No.
Okay. I'm going to turn your attention now to city exhibits, page 19. Ms. Wilkins, can you see the documents on my screen?
Yes.
Can you actually, before we get into these, I want to take a very brief aside. Could you please describe to the board how the Department of Health engages in enforcement around the requirement that establishments check for ID and the requirement that establishments not sell tobacco to minors?
Yes, so we have a contract with an agency called the Health Promotion Council, HPC for short. And they are ones who hire teens and those up to the age of 20 to be undercover buyers for to check the stores to see if they're selling tobacco to someone that's a minor or someone that is under 21. And so we give them a list of the various businesses that have a tobacco permit and those who do not. And then we have an undercover team going out, and it's an adult as well as the minor and or someone from 18, 19, or 20, but not 21. They ask for the tobacco, see if the store clerk is going to do what they're supposed to do by asking for ID. They check it correctly. They deny the sale if they're under the age of 21. And so we do, once we get these violations from HPC, then my job is to make sure that they get assigned to a sanitarian, and then they are then issued the violations.
Okay, and those violations that get issued, what document are they issued on? What's the name of the document that cites the violation?
The code violation notice, a CVN.
Okay, are those appealable?
Yes.
Okay, and in your capacities as a sanitarian supervisor, are you able to get information about which CVNs have been appealed and which ones haven't?
Yes, I do.
And can you access information about which CVNs have been paid and which ones have not?
Yes, we do have access to that information.
Okay, turning then back to the exhibits. We're at City Exhibits, page 19. It's currently on the screen. Ms. Wilkins, can you please identify the documents that are in front of you? I'm going to try zooming out so that you can see the entirety of the CVN. If it's difficult to read, just let me know and I can zoom back in and then scroll down.
Okay.
I have another objection I'd like to raise.
Yes, sir.
With regards to the relevance of these items that are being offered into evidence, we are appealing the citation that was issued on June 14th of 2023, yet we're getting testimony and seeing evidence dating back over 2 years ago from 2021. So the objection is based on the relevance of these documents, which we believe are being offered for prejudicial purposes to prove that my client did it in the past, and therefore they likely did it again on this day improperly.
Okay. Now, are you referencing, sir, the violation notices that are on the screen or all the aforementioned evidence?
I am representing all the aforementioned evidence, everything except the June 14th, 2023 citation report and associated.
Okay, well, let's do this, Mr. Fernandez, before you respond. I would like, though, Mr. Fernandez, we offer a proffer in terms of the CVNs. And so make sure you tie that in before I rule on Mr. Scott's objection.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, I want you to offer a justification of the CVNs before we I rule on Mr. Scott's justification.
Yes. Well, the cease operations orders are premised on the violations that these CVNs document. The food facility inspection reports, they reference the behavior that resulted in these CVNs, but the CVNs are the best direct evidence of that behavior. I'd also say that the June 14th, 2023 cease operations, that was issued because of the appellant's repeat offender status. And so information going to those prior offenses is extremely relevant and should be considered by this board before making a ruling on the June 14th, 2023 cease operations order.
Thank you. So based on the objection has been overruled. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Wilkins, can you please identify the two documents that are on the screen right now?
Yes, this is a document of a sale of tobacco to a minor and tobacco without checking ID that was dated on May the 6th, 2021.
Okay, did you have the opportunity to look into whether these CVNs were either appealed or paid?
Yes, I did, and this was not paid.
Okay, was it appealed?
No.
Scrolling down to City Exhibits, page 20, can you identify the document on the page before you, or on the screen before you, excuse me?
Yes, this is a ticket or CBN basically for selling tobacco without a permit dated June the 7th, 2021.
Was this CVN appealed?
No.
Has the CVN fine been paid?
Yes.
Scrolling down to City Exhibits, page 21, can you identify this document, please?
This is a ticket for selling tobacco without a permit dated August the 13th, 2021.
Was this CVN appealed?
No,
Was it paid?
yes,
Scrolling down to City Exhibits, page 22, can you identify this document?
this was a tobacco sale without a permit as well, dated on March the 21st, 2022.
Was this CVN appealed?
No,
Was it paid?
yes,
Scrolling down to City Exhibits, page 23, can you identify the documents on the screen before you?
this is a ticket or a citation for a sell tobacco to a minor and one for not checking the ID, dated June the 28th, 2022.
Were these CVNs appealed?
No,
Were the fines paid?
no,
Okay, we're almost at the end of it. Ms. Wilkins, can you please identify the document on the screen before you?
this is also a ticket for selling tobacco without a permit, dated July 21st, 2022.
Was this CVN appealed?
No,
Was it paid?
no,
Ms. Wilkins, can you identify the document before you, City Exhibits, page 25?
yes, this is a ticket for smoking in a prohibited area, dated on July 21st, 2022.
Okay, and you know what, I'm gonna skip past this one. You put the testimony on the record. Ms. Wilkins, City Exhibits, page 26, can you identify this document, please?
This is March the 10th, 2023 for not checking an ID. That was issued at that time.
And was this ticket appealed?
No,
Was it paid?
no,
Okay. City Exhibits, page 27, can you please identify this document?
yes, this is a ticket for selling tobacco without a permit. That was dated on March 16th, 2023.
And was this ticket appealed?
No,
Was it paid?
no,
City Exhibits, page 28, can you identify this document, please?
yes, this is a ticket for the check, not checking, selling tobacco without checking the ID, dated April the 18th, 2023.
Was this ticket appealed?
No,
Okay, has it been paid?
no,
Okay, finally, actually, I think the second to last, City Exhibits, page 29, can you identify this document, please?
yes, this is a ticket for selling tobacco without checking ID, dated May 26, 2023.
And was this ticket appealed?
No,
Was it paid?
no,
Finally, the last one, can you please identify this document?
this is a ticket for selling tobacco without a permit, and that was dated June 14, 2023.
Okay, and is this the document that resulted in the cease operations order that's at issue today?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and while I believe, I don't know whether it's 30 or 60 days, but allowing for the possibility that, let me just strike all that. To the best of your knowledge, has this CVN been appealed?
No, not I'm aware of.
Okay, and has it been paid to this day, to the best of your knowledge?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Give me one moment to look. I believe I have no further questions for Ms. Wilkins. Thank you for your time and testimony today, Ms. Wilkins.
You're welcome.
Mr. Scott, you have cross-examination?
I do. I would just ask the board's indulgence for a couple minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Wilkins.
Good afternoon.
Are you familiar with the establishment? located at 5042 North Fifth Street in Philadelphia?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with this establishment?
We also, I oversee the records for the tobacco unit. And this business is actually on the waiting list is how I come to know about it. And then from that point, we've been tracking tobacco sales at that location.
Okay. Now, you've indicated that you've worked in your current capacity for the past 12 years.
Yes,
Have you worked with the Department of Health in inspection enforcement prior to those 12 years?
this is my first job within the city.
So the 12 years that you spoke about, its entirety has been in code enforcement for the Department of Health?
Yes, for tobacco.
Okay. And in your 12 years, have you ever had occasion to visit this particular establishment in person?
I have not personally.
Okay. Have you ever noticed in person this establishment, or I should say, this establishment selling tobacco products without a license?
Not myself, no.
Okay. Have you ever observed anyone at this establishment selling tobacco products to a minor without a license?
Not me, no.
Okay. You would then agree with me that you were not present at the location on June the 14th, and therefore did not observe either the sale of tobacco products or the sale of tobacco products to a minor on June the 14th, correct?
I was not correct.
Were you present at any time in the past 6 months?
I have to object. This has been asked and answered. I'll stipulate to the fact that Ms. Wilkins has not been to the establishment herself and to everything that flows from that.
But you okay with the stipulation?
That's fine.
Okay.
Ms. Wilkins, you indicated that for the violation, I'm sorry, for the food facility inspection report, and I'll share my screen just so that we're looking at the same thing.
Okay.
My apologies, I would not be able to share my screen because it would require me to quit Zoom and log back in. But I
Well,
will-
maybe, can Mr. Fernandez help? Is there a particular document that is
I'm happy to help.
common?
It's City Exhibits, page 1.
Bear with me for just a moment. I think I closed it, but I'll have it right back up.
If you could just, well, that's fine. Ms. Wilkins, you see this document on the screen?
Yes,
And it's dated June the 14th of 2023?
yes,
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. You indicated that if Mr. Fernandez can scroll to page 2, I believe it is. You indicated that for this particular violation, there was an undercover investigation that was conducted. Is that correct?
yeah, that's the reason for the visit actually, was due to a sale to someone under 21.
Were you present during the sale to that individual?
No,
The alleged sale to that individual?
no, I was not. I do, as I stated earlier, we get information from the Health Promotion Council that a sale occurred, and that's why the inspector was there.
Did the Health Promotions Council submit a report to the city detailing its findings related to this particular visit in question?
Yes,
And did you offer that to this the attorney for the city to present as evidence today?
no,
What date was this alleged undercover investigation conducted?
the last ticket that was that you guys saw in an exhibit, the close to the last one was May 26, 2023. That was the date of the sale.
And if Mr. Fernandez can scroll down to, it would probably be, if I had to guess, and I hate to guess, probably city exhibit page 28, but it would be the citation that was issued for May 26th of 2023.
I think, here it is.
Ms. Wilkins, is this the citation that you mentioned
Yes,
that you're referencing? My apologies.
yes,
So you would agree with me that the city's position, I'm not asking you to say whether it's factual or not, but the city's position is that on this day, there was an undercover investigation that was conducted, correct?
correct,
And you would agree with me that the city is alleging that on this day, tobacco products were sold from this establishment, correct?
correct,
And you'd also agree with me that the city is alleging that in addition to selling tobacco products were sold to a minor on May the 26th of 2023, correct?
someone under 21, as you will see on the minor legally is someone 17 and under. But if they're not a minor, we do not issue that ticket, so it was just because they did not check the ID. So they would have been 18, 19, or 20.
Thank you for the correction. I saw age 19 and I believe I said under the age of 19, but you are correct, under the age of 21, correct? You would agree with me that this citation references that undercover investigation that was conducted on May 26th, correct?
Correct.
Was there an undercover investigation, as far as you know, that was conducted at this establishment after May 26th of 2023?
No,
Okay. Was there an undercover investigation that was conducted on June 14th of 2023?
undercover, no,
Was there any sort of investigation that was conducted, not an inspection, an investigation that was conducted on June 14th of 2023?
no.
I'd also like to ask you, in the interest of time, I won't go through each of the exhibits, but I will mention them. I try to take note as we were scrolling through. I believe it was city exhibit number 3, city exhibit C, I'm sorry. Yes, city exhibit C, pages 19, 23, 24, 26, 27, 28, and 29. I won't ask you in great detail. I'll just summarize and you can correct me if I have your testimony incorrectly. You indicated that not only were these CVNs not appealed, they were not paid, correct?
Yeah, most of them were not appealed, no, all of them were not appealed. There was only 3 that was paid.
So the ones I cited, your testimony was that they were not paid.
Yeah, most of them were not paid.
Okay, and I understand if your memory's a little bit foggy. Again, I'm not pressing you on each and every one. I'm just trying to understand procedurally how an establishment. Well, let me strike that. Earlier, you had testified that when an establishment is cited, issued with a CVN, if the establishment is closed or is issued a cease order, the establishment must first pay the fine before it's allowed to reopen for business. Is that correct?
Pay the fine. You mean these fines? No, that the cease is not contingent on them paying these fines. It's contingent on paying the fines that's related to the reinspection.
Could you explain a little bit further?
Yeah, so when the business is ceased, there's a fee attached to that. In order for us to come back out, it's called a cease fee, or they're also, when they fail inspection, it's called a reinspection fee. The reinspection fee is $190, a cease fee is $315. So when this business was ceased on June 14th of 2023, along with all the other prior ceases, the business would have had to pay $315 for us to come back out. It's considered a cease fee. If they're issued these violations here, these tickets, whether they're $250 or if they were $75, then this is a separate appeal process and ticket. They can pay that when they want to, but the cease itself in terms of operations come with the inspection fee. They have to pay that in order to get re-inspected and approved to operate again.
All right, thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it. I wasn't sure if someone was about to say something. With regards to the CVN that was issued on May 26th, was a cease order issued on that date?
On the 26th of May, no.
Was there a reason why that was not done?
The violation occurred for the sale to someone under 21 on May the 26th, 2023. But even when a violation occur on that date, it has to be processed by my department before I send somebody out and ticket them. We don't ticket them usually the same day because there's undercover operation involved. The undercover buyers are not authorized to issue any tickets or citations. They turn their information over to the health department. I process the ticket, the violations, and then we assign someone to go out. So in this case, the inspector was assigned to go there on June the 14th, 2023 to issue the May 26th citation.
And if I may ask Mr. Fernandez to just go to page 29. Actually, it probably would be the next page, it's the June 14th. Yeah, page 30.
Didn't mean to zoom in.
As long as the witness can see the document, I have it on a 30-inch monitor. I'm cheating a little bit.
Got me yeah, I'll zoom out a little bit. And Ms. Wilkins, just let me know if that doesn't get the job done.
Yeah, I can see.
Ms. Wilkins, can you tell us, and it's a little bit repetitive, just briefly, can you tell us what the CVN was issued for?
For selling tobacco without a permit that day, June the 14th, 2023.
And can you tell me from your review of the city's records how it was ascertained or determined that the establishment was selling tobacco without a permit on this day?
They, as you state in the previous exhibit, there was a cabinet full of tobacco products that's on site. The business, in order for the business to have been in compliance, there should not have been any tobacco on site. So when we see it on site, it's the violation of selling tobacco without a permit because those were ready for sale if it's in that commercial space.
Do you know where this cabinet was located?
In the business. I don't know exactly where, if it was on the back or front, I was not there. But
Okay.
you clearly see that there was tobacco in that cabinet.
Yes, certainly in the photo, I see that there was tobacco in that cabinet. Now, earlier, I apologize, I don't recall the exact exhibit, but earlier there was an exhibit that in which there was a separate violation noted for having tobacco on the premises. Do you recall that? I believe it was in one of the inspection reports.
Oh, yeah, yes. You'll see the inspection report has a line item. I'm not sure what number it is, but
It might be 78.
yeah, it's cited where their unapproved tobacco products are on site. They have not been approved and they have not been removed.
So you would
So
agree with me
that
that there's, I'm sorry, finish what you were saying.
on the report, that's one of the things that an inspector can cite.
Okay, you would agree with me then that there is a separate violation for having tobacco on the premises, correct?
The tobacco ticket that's selling tobacco without a permit is the one that we use for that violation.
I'm just asking you specifically about the violation for having tobacco on the premises. You would agree with me that there's a separate code that the health department uses for citing individuals or citing establishments rather for having tobacco on the premises, correct?
In the inspection report, it's cited that way. On a ticket, it is not.
Okay. In the inspection report, it's cited that. Is there a reason why it's cited on the ticket differently if it's a separate violation?
I don't know. I did not make the regulation, sir.
I understand you did not make the regulation, but you're speaking about the practices, and in your 12 years as a supervisor, I believe you'd be qualified to speak to why the health department chooses to cite establishments for selling tobacco when in reality, the report says they have tobacco on the premises.
As I stated a moment ago, the violation for selling tobacco without a permit is the violation that we use, the ticket, a business. The report, that's just a line item in the report that reflects that they still have not removed it. When we cite a person for selling tobacco without a permit, it is stated that they need to remove it off the premises. So this ticket basically states that it's not off the premises.
How
As
familiar
well
are you with
that
the
they're
Department
not
of Health?
selling. So they're selling and it's not off the premise, because if it's in the if it's on the premises, it's for sale, just like you would have a soda, chips, water, juice, candies, all that stuff is in a business for sale, so it's the tobacco.
I understand that that's your opinion, but that's not necessarily the law. It could be there for any number of legitimate reasons. Would you?
Okay, that's fine, but would you
Okay.
ask me you asked me what the ticket violation stands for, that's what it stands.
Okay, and I understand you editorialized a little and you gave your opinion. So I'm just noting for the record that you're offering your opinion, not necessarily what the regulations state. Just trying to see if I have any, I don't believe I have any further questions for this witness at this time.
Okay, thank you. Any additional witnesses, Mr. Fernandez?
No further witnesses and no redirect from Ms. Wilkins.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Scott, you have your witness?
I do, and if I could just have no more than 3 minutes to just confer with my client offline before he presents his testimony.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Fernandez?
No, in fact, I'm going to use the opportunity to go to the restroom, and I promise to be back within 3-4 minutes.
Okay, so what we will do, we'll go off the record until 5:45. How's that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman,
Okay, thank you. It's up to you to call your witness, sir.
Mr. El Ghazali, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
And out of, in the interest of, I guess, expediency to make it simpler, is it okay if I call you Jacob?
Yeah.
Okay. Jacob, I believe I may have resolved my issues with sharing the screen. So I'll try to bring the document up on my screen. Let me know if you can see it. Do you see this document?
Yeah.
Okay. And I want to, if you can just direct your gaze, it's a city exhibit page 1. If you can direct your gaze to where my mouse is, and I'm highlighting, it states that the corporate officer is Yaqub El Ghazali. Is that you?
Yeah.
Did you pay the violation associated with this, the fine associated with this violation?
But all right. Check the date, June 14th. Yeah, I did.
Okay, well, Mr. Scott, would you mind identifying which violation you're referencing that he paid?
Sure, it's the violation associated with the CVN that was issued for June the 14th. So the actual violation number, I will scroll all the way down. So that we can get the actual violation number or the CVN number. It's 643-5925-6. It's the CVN that was issued on June the 14th.
Okay, and the response is that he did pay for that. He did pay the violation. Okay.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Okay. And I'll pause my screen share for a quick second. Jacob, do you see this document that I have on the screen right now?
Oh, yes, I do.
I would just lodge an objection because unless I'm mistaken, this was not turned over to me ahead of this hearing.
Okay, so noted. Evidence. This is your evidence, Mr. Scott?
Mr. Chairman, and I would agree with Mr. Fernandez that this was not shared because I did not believe that this would be at issue today. I still don't believe it would be much of a major issue, but I'm just sharing it to illustrate a point. And I'll just, okay. Mr. El Ghazali, I see it states here, but can you read into the record what it says on this document? Like just not everything, but briefly.
Yes, that says that your payment has been completed successfully, which is online. That was done by me, and yeah, that was done by me online, and then.
And what day was this done?
All right, that was I'll have to go back if it's, the Friday, June the 30th, yeah.
Okay, and where it says payer information, first name, what name is listed?
Kala Habibi Mini,
And a daytime phone number, do you recognize this phone number?
that's my cell phone number, yep, 914-619-6517.
And the email address, do you recognize this email address?
That's my email address, Y, which is my first name, and then El Ghazali, which is my last name, and then gmail.com.
Okay, and I note a confirmation number. Can you read that into the record, please?
075458.
Okay. I will stop the screen
Oh, but
share.
no, before you do that, Mr. Scott, how do you connect that receipt to that June 14th violation?
Through his testimony, Mr. Chairman.
I mean, there's nothing on it that referencing is paying the violation for the June 14th.
And I would note that this is a Department of Public Health, City of Philadelphia receipt. That I would proffer would be a deficiency in the city's payment system. And again, not necessarily the fault of the appellant.
And
Okay.
If I could briefly respond, I would just point out that you can see the description, cease operation fee. I take it from the date. This appears to have been paid on June 30th, 2023. I think this very likely was payment made after the June 14th, 2023 reinspection and the ensuing cease operations order. However, I would also point to Ms. Wilkins' testimony where she referred to the reinspection fee due after a cease operations as a cease operation fee. That's exactly what this is described as in the description, cease operation fee. So considering Ms. Wilkins' testimony, I would just offer to the board that this is payment for reinspection fees associated with the inspections that culminated in the June 14th, 2023 inspection and cease operations order.
Okay, all right, so no, thank you.
Ms. El Ghazali, do you recall during the testimony, you were present when Ms. Wilkins was testifying, there was reference to a compliance plan. Do you recall that compliance plan? If not, I can try to pull it up on my screen. I know we've seen a lot of testimony and evidence. I will share my screen. Do you see,
Yeah.
what do you see on your screen currently?
The compliance plan where like say like signs like required papers signed to get your store reopened or re-inspected.
Let me pause for a quick second. I may have shared the wrong screen. My apologies. Okay, and what do you see now?
All right.
Do you see this part that I'm highlighting?
Yeah.
It starts with statements and submit a compliance plan.
Yeah. To the Department of Health. Yeah. So, yep.
Do you recognize this document?
All right. Let me check the date. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to follow the link. It's embedded in this PDF, so it's helpful. And we saw this earlier during Ms. Wilkins' testimony. If you click on that link, and I believe it was sent to you by email privately, if you click on that, it takes you to this screen, correct?
Yeah.
And then there is this certification that the city asked you.
If I may, I'm sorry to interrupt, Council. On my screen, at least, it's still showing the inspection report with the link kind of grayed out, the link to open it in Google Chrome. But the actual compliance plan didn't open on my screen.
Okay, thanks for pointing that out. So let me try this again. Okay, I believe everyone can see this now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. El Ghazali, what we were just discussing was the compliance plan. Do you see that on the screen?
Yeah.
And it says post 14-day cease operations.
Yes.
And you see the language where it starts, I acknowledge that my establishment has repeatedly sold tobacco.
Yes.
Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
How are you familiar with this document?
Like earlier, seen on the screen, like when they were talking, and then after I paid the fine and then stuff, we spoke, and then I was told that I have to sign this document in order for my business to be reopened. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I apologize. So let me ask you to just restate what you said, the latter part of what you said without me interrupting you.
All right. I seen this document first of all earlier, and then earlier earlier when they were talking about it, and then also when I paid the fines, and when I I clicked on the inspection, it took me to that site. I was told that I have to sign this, and in order for me, if I want to get my business reopened and respected.
And did you submit this document as it states right now to get the business reopened and re-inspected?
No.
And why was that?
Well, because I thought it would be unfair for me to sign these documents. Because we were still in the middle of an appeal, and that would be I'm admitting the violation of me selling tobacco.
So I will paraphrase. I believe you were clear enough, but basically you felt it was unfair to have to sign this while you were appealing.
Yeah.
Okay. You just stop my screen share. I'd like to show you another document, and just by way of offer of proof, I will concede that this document may not have been shared with, well, was not shared as part of our evidence with the city. However, it was submitted to the city.
So I would just lodge a standing objection.
So noted. Thank you.
So Ghazali, do you see this document that's on the screen that also says Environmental Health Services Compliance Plan?
Mr. Scott, you're not sharing your screen so the rest of us can see it.
I'm sorry.
Okay, there you go.
Can you see that, Jacob? You're muted,
He's
Jacob.
muted. Yeah, he's muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I see it.
And I will try to zoom in a little bit if I can. First, I have to move this. And do you see the language here at the bottom of this compliance plan? Well, first of all, what is this document? Do you recognize this document?
Yeah, that's the same document from earlier where it states that I have to sign, and then in order for my business to be reopened and respected.
At some point after you felt uncomfortable about signing the first document, at some point, did you submit a different document to the city in effort to get your business open?
If I submit other documents?
Did you submit a document that contained any changes to the compliance plan?
Let me,
do you understand my question?
I think, can you say in a different, like, phrase,
Sure.
different word? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So the city required you to submit a compliance plan that admitted responsibility, if you will, for selling tobacco products without a permit, correct?
Yes.
And you were uncomfortable with making that admission because you're in the middle of an appeal, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What steps do you recall taking in order to get past that situation? Did you reach out to the city through your representative? an attorney?
Oh, yeah, I did.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to the language. Could you read the first sentence into the record? And I will try to make this a little bigger. Probably not quite so big.
Yes, I can just highlight where you want me to read, because I can zoom in too, but just highlight where you want me to read, I'll read it.
Yeah. Can you read what that says?
All right. I acknowledge that my establishment has been accused of repeatedly selling tobacco or tobacco products without a Philadelphia tobacco retail permit.
Okay. And I don't need you to reference the screen anymore, so I'll just stop my share right now. Do you remember that document? Or do you recognize that document with that language?
Oh, yeah.
And did you submit that to the city in effort to get the city to come back out and inspect your establishment and reopen the business?
Yes.
Did the city accept that?
Not
Well, let
that I'm
me ask
aware
you.
of.
Go ahead and try to answer.
Not that I'm aware of. I don't think so, no.
Okay. And as it stands, having submitted this document to the city, having paid the re-inspection fee, has the city sent out a sanitarian to re-inspect your establishment?
No, they didn't.
Is your business, your mini mart, open today as we speak?
No.
Okay. Earlier, you heard testimony about previous citations. I'll call them citations. The official language is a CVN, a code violation notice. Earlier, we heard testimony about previous CVNs that were issued to this establishment for allegedly repeatedly selling tobacco products or selling tobacco products to minors. Do you recall that testimony?
Yeah.
And we also heard testimony from Ms. Wilkins that a majority of these were not appealed. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Do you agree with her that a majority of these were not appealed?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a reason why you did not appeal these previous CVNs, these violations?
Well, back at a time, like not back at a time, because I know it's gonna take longer, longer than the 48 hour, like the appeal is gonna take longer than the 48 hours. So for me, it was not worth it to wait more, like what's happening now is gonna take more than the 48 hours for the court date and appeal and stuff. So I choose rather just to pay the fine and then wait for the 48 hours and then reopen.
Okay. I want to take and I'll be brief and try to wrap up in everyone's interest. I want to take you back to May the 26th of 2023. So just about shy of 2 months ago. Do you recall early in the testimony, we saw a violation notice related to that date?
Yes, I believe I do, yeah.
And I believe it was for selling tobacco to an underage person?
I believe so, yeah.
Did you appeal that?
No, I didn't.
Okay, and you just testified as to why you did not appeal some of those notices. Is that the same reason why you did not appeal that violation?
Yeah.
And since that date, have you sold tobacco products out of the establishment since May 26th of 2023?
No.
And as far as you're aware, is there still tobacco products was there tobacco products at the store on June the 14th of 2023?
No.
So just to be clear, June the 14th of 2023 was the last visit by the health department when they closed the store. So I'll ask you again, as far as you know, was there still tobacco at the store on June the 14th?
June the 14th at the store.
When the day that they closed the store, was there still tobacco at the store?
Was there tobacco on the store?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And is there a reason why you still had tobacco at the store on June the 14th, if you had been cited on May the 26th?
Well, because I was not, I'm here like now I'm here in New York because I'm a student here in New York, so I didn't usually work. So I told them like to keep it on the lock it in on the cabinet to like finish my school, and then when I go back to Philly, I'll take care of it, and then it's either like recycle it, throw it away, whatever. So I just told them lock it away with the locker, and then we locked it, we closed it, and then made sure it's locked on yeah, I told them leave it outside and locked it till I go back to Philly, and then we take care of it.
Okay. And I will just share my screen, hopefully for the last time. Do you see this photo mosaic on the screen right now?
Yes, I do.
And I see that there's a black cabinet with a lock and a key. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Are you familiar with where this cabinet is located in the store?
Yes.
And where is it located?
It's at the behind the cashier at the like out the hallway in the like on the like corner of the store.
Okay. And I will just scroll down a little. So it shows here that there's a key and the cabinet is lockable. As far as you know, was the cabinet locked on that day?
It was locked, and yeah, because when they called me, the inspection was there. I opened the camera. It was locked during the inspection. Like it was like locked out during the whole day.
Okay. Now you said when they called you, and earlier you said when you told them to lock it up. Who are you referring to?
The worker there, not to lock it up because it was locked. I wanted to make sure it's locked because it was locked. And they checked the camera was locked. They called me. I didn't call them. They called me. They said the inspection is here. They do inspection. I was like, all right, let them do it. Let them check the store, and then there's nothing.
Okay. And here, this exhibit that says Exhibit 3D, where the mouse is hovering. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Left.
Yeah.
And it shows a cabinet open, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I will stop my share. I don't have any further
Oh, Mr.
questions.
Scott, there were no date stamps on those photographs, those last two images. Do you have any dates for those?
I'm not sure if those are time or date stamped, to be completely honest. I don't believe.
Can you actually ask your client to offer some authentication of those photographs for us?
I can. It may get a little bit complicated, but I will ask him, and I'll explain the reason for the complication. Jacob, the photographs, the chairman raises a point. He'd like to know when those photographs were taken. Do you recall what day? Well, scratch that. The inspection was conducted on June the 14th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall visiting the Bureau of License and Inspection Review in person to lodge an appeal?
In person, all right, yes.
Do you remember what day that was, the date?
Exact date, not, I can't recall the exact date, but I know it's like a few date after.
Okay, and based on your personal knowledge, when were these photographs taken? Were they taken before the inspection or after the inspection?
That was after the inspection, yeah.
Okay. So in the interest of full disclosure to the board, I personally took those photos. I don't recall the exact date. I would have to believe it would have been the 20th, June the 20th. What I would submit to the board is that these were submitted as part of the emergency inspection, emergency appeal on June the 21st, which the city has notice of. So the city would have been in receipt of these photographs by June the 21st, which was 7 days after the inspection.
And he took the photographs himself?
I took the photographs.
Oh, you took the photographs?
Yes, I took the photographs, I believe, on June 20th, but I also submitted the appeal on June 21st, including the photographs as the exhibit. So
And I would, of course, lodge an objection to these photographs being introduced due to lack of foundation and personal knowledge from fact witness.
Okay.
I believe I laid the foundation when I asked him if he was familiar with the cabinet. I did not ask him if it accurately reflected the cabinet. I can ask that question if the board so.
Well, yeah, that's important because you use it as evidence of alleged compliance. We need to know whether they were taken last year or 3 years ago.
Well, okay, I'll share my screen again. Jacob, can you see these photographs again?
Yes, I do.
And earlier I had asked you where this cabinet was located, and you provide a description of where it was located. Does this photograph, Exhibit 3A, accurately reflect how the inside of your store looks?
Yes.
And I would point out a worn chair. Do you know where this chair is located in your store?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Where is it located?
It's behind the window, which is the cashier.
Okay. And in relation to this chair, where is the cabinet located in the store? Not in the picture, but in the store.
It would be on the left side of the window at the corner of the store.
So does this this photo accurately reflect where the cabinet is in location to your store?
Yes.
Now, earlier you referenced being able to see the cabinet on camera on June the 14th. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And when you looked at the camera on June the 14th, did you see that this cabinet was locked or was it open?
It was locked.
And what you saw on the video on June the 14th, does this photograph accurately reflect how the cabinet looked on June the 14th?
Yeah, and as you can zoom in, the camera is right there by the left side of the cabinet. It's the black camera, Ring black camera. That's where exactly right there at the shelf, the black camera over there. Yeah, so that's exactly how I see it.
Okay, let me just try to zoom in without closing anything.
If you see the white shelf over there.
Yeah, I do.
The third shelf from the down, yep, you see the black cameras over there. That's a Ring camera, yep.
Okay. And from that Ring camera, you were able to tell that the cabinet was closed?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, all right, thank you. Mr. Fernandez, you have any cross-examination?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Is it El Ghazali? Am I saying that correctly?
Sorry to interrupt. There was an objection. I don't believe we had a ruling on the objection.
In the objection, please. The objection was from
Lack of foundation from Mr. Fernandez.
Yeah, Mr. Fernandez. You satisfied, sir?
I'd like to keep my objection on the record with the understanding that the evidence has already been put before the board, and will very possibly be taken into consideration.
Okay, so noted. All right, thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Fernandez, please.
Yes, thank you. Mr. El Ghazali, I'd like to begin by asking you, when did you open up the mini market that we're talking about today?
What do you mean by opening up?
When did you start? When did you first go into business? When did the establishment open for the first time?
All right. That would be an exact. I'm not sure the exact date, but that would be late. 2020.
Okay. When you opened the business, you were already aware that you needed a tobacco retailer permit in order to sell tobacco in the city of Philadelphia, right?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Okay. When you first opened the store, did you plan on having tobacco sales be part of your business?
Well, when I didn't open the store, I bought the store. So when I bought it was like that.
Okay. What kind of business was it before you bought it?
It was the same business.
It was a convenience store?
Convenience store.
Okay. Do you know of whether there was like a makeup store or anything like that in that location recently?
What do you mean by makeup store?
I'm sorry, a perfume store. Does that sound familiar at all?
No.
Okay, fair enough. So you bought the establishment in 2020. Was it trading under a different name before you bought it?
What do you mean?
Did it go by a different name? Was it already called Yalla Habibi Mini Mart?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, who'd you buy it from?
Like you want me like to say the guy's name or like
Sure.
what?
Yeah, this is a good starting point, the name.
I believe his name was wait a minute. I believe his name was Salah. Salah, I believe his name was Salah.
That's first name is okay. I don't mean to take you down a rabbit hole there. Were you familiar with the store before you bought it?
In which way?
Had you ever been there?
Like long before? You mean like during the at the time when I bought it?
Any time leading up to when you bought it?
Yeah, when I bought it, yeah, we've been there when I bought it.
Did you know the owner, the prior owner? Did you know them?
Like personally, no.
Okay. Before you bought the business, did you look at their books, you know, their income, their expenditures, all of that stuff?
I believe I did.
Okay. Do you know if tobacco sales made up a portion of their business?
I can't, I'm not, I don't know.
Okay. When you first bought the store and were about to begin operating it, did you plan at any point on selling tobacco products?
No.
Okay. Did you ever apply to the state for a tobacco retailer permit from the state?
State, yeah.
In fact, you hold a tobacco retailer permit from the state, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen. Bear with me for one moment. Let me know when the share screen is up.
Yes.
Yes, it's up.
Okay. Is this your establishment?
Yes.
Okay. Has this Canopy, the right name, the right name for this is escaping me, but has this Canopy been there since before you bought it?
Say that one more time.
Did you commission and pay for this Canopy, or was it already there?
I believe it was already there, yeah.
Okay, you're certain about that?
Yes.
Okay. You'll see here it advertises the sale of hookah, right?
Yes, I see it.
Okay, and if you zoom in up here, it's a little bit fuzzy, but that's a hookah, right?
Where exactly?
Right to the left. I don't know if you can see my mouse, to the left of the square sign that's hanging off the wall. Can you see my cursor? My mouse?
Yes.
Yeah, right where the box is.
Yes, I see.
Okay, and back here, these are vape pens or something similar, right?
That's what it looks like.
And then this is a Dutch Master package, and then I don't know the other brands, but some other, you know, cigars or blunt wraps or things like that, right?
I believe so.
Okay. Is this still the awning? There we go. There's the word. Is this still the awning at your store to this day?
All right. Last time I've been there. Yes.
Okay. Have you looked into perhaps changing it, or has that not been at the top of your minds?
Changing it?
Yeah. Have you
No.
considered changing it? Have you taken any steps towards changing it? Anything like that?
Well, I'm planning to change it. Yeah.
Okay. Did you just decide that now, or has that been a plan for you in the past?
It was like a plan, but not a serious plan. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to ask you very directly, and I'll just leave it at that. I'm going to ask you very directly, have you engaged in tobacco sales from this establishment to the best of your knowledge since you started business?
Well, say that one more time.
Have you sold tobacco from this establishment since you started business in 2020?
Well, as you know, I didn't work in the store. I just bought the store. There's people that works there. So
Okay,
I
so
can't
you-
answer like me personally, like inside the store selling. Me personally, no.
Okay, but you're not
Yeah.
sure if your employees running the store have sold tobacco since you opened in 2020?
Since I opened in 2020,
Right.
say that I would want you to say that like
You're not sure whether your employees have sold tobacco since you opened the store in 2020?
I'm not sure. If I'm not-
Ms. Afzali, please answer.
Because I like can you rephrase that? Because I'm kind of confused.
It's very clear. Has your store sold tobacco products since you've owned it?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Mr. Fernandez, did that answer your question?
Yeah, that certainly answered it. Mr. El Ghazali, your store was issued a cease, let me rephrase that, passive voice. The health department issued a cease operations order to your establishment on June 7th of 2021. Is that right?
June 20. I can't remember, like recall the exact date, but probably.
Okay, okay, I won't put the document on the screen or anything like that. I'll just accept your probably. Mr. El Ghazali, if your store is shut down for 2 days, for 48 hours, does that have a bad impact on your business?
Yes.
Does it cost you a lot of money?
Yes.
Does it make you risk having your business go under or go bankrupt or anything like that?
Yes.
Okay, if you were to believe, if the health department had been shutting down your business for no reason, would you have contested those cease operations orders?
Can you rephrase it in
Let me
like
just
easy
strike that
word?
question. We can leave that. Let me ask this. June 7th, before today, before the hearing today, had you ever appealed a health department cease inspections, a cease operations order?
Other than the June 14th, this one?
Besides the what's before the board today, June 14th inspection leading to the cease operations. Before that one, did you ever appeal them?
No.
Even though each one cost you 2 days of business?
Yes.
Okay. You've received notice about the CVNs, the citations for selling tobacco without a permit, underage tobacco sales, selling tobacco without an ID. You've received notice of those CVNs, right?
Yes.
Okay, and we heard testimony earlier that you paid some of them, right?
Yes.
But you never appealed any of them, isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. You said you live in New York right now. Are you in New York as we speak?
Yes.
Okay. How often are you back in Philadelphia? Let's just say in the last 6 months specifically. How often do you come back to Philadelphia?
Last 6 months, yeah, I've been there more often. Last 6 months.
Can you give me a number, just approximately how many days, how often you come back? Anything?
I would say the last 6 months, I would say that happens to be the most I've been in Philly. So I would say like around like more than 3 weeks a month.
Okay,
Like
so
every
we're spending a decent amount of time here. Were you at the establishment on June 14th?
June 14th, no.
Okay. I'll just turn to and I think what maybe is my biggest question. You testified today that you don't regularly sell tobacco products. Why do you have this cabinet stuffed with tobacco products at your store?
Well, after she came on June what is it? Not June, May 26th. They called me. They said she's here, whatever, and then about tobacco product. Then I was like, all right, I'm gonna order the, you have to, cause she said you can't keep it in the store. You have to put it somewhere. And I was like, all right, I'm not in, I'm still in New York. I'm gonna order you guys a box. You put in the box, make sure you lock it till I come back to Philly and I'll take care of it.
That box was already there on June 14th, right? Oh, and
The box with the cabinet,
the cabinet, the black cabinet that we saw the photos of.
June 14th, yeah.
Okay, was that cabinet there on May 26th?
No,
Okay, so that's.
wait,
that's
wait,
new.
wait,
Okay, I
wait,
hadn't caught that.
wait, wait, one more time. May 26th?
Yeah.
Cabinet, May 26th. I didn't think so, no. Wait,
Okay,
no. Yeah,
so
I don't think
sometime
so.
after May 26th, you ordered a large locking cabinet for tobacco products, is that right?
Not for tobacco products. I ordered it so they can keep it without, so they can't sell anything like locked, safe, no one sees it. Like, you know,
You said no one sees it, and
like no one can reach it. Like
Okay.
not like lock it and then keep it locked to like take care of it when I get back there.
Okay, who has a lock to it?
The worker, like
Okay.
not the keys. Yeah,
So the worker has a key to the cabinet, but with the cabinet, you can't see the tobacco products, is that right?
it's locked inside. Yes.
Okay, locked inside, but the worker has the key to open it.
Yeah, not in handy. Yeah.
Okay, now the various, we walked through all of those inspection reports. I'll just briefly say June 7th, 2021, July 9th, 2021, August 13th, 2021, February 5th, 2022, March 21st, 2022, July 21st, 2022, March 16th, 2023. We went through those earlier. They each show some citation for tobacco sales without the required permit, and they each result in a cease operations order for at least 48 hours, which you previously testified to is, very damaging to your business. You've also testified that you didn't appeal any of them. Are you telling not just me, but more importantly, the Board of L&I Review and everyone else in this room that your establishment was not engaged in tobacco sales on any of those dates, or they were on one but not on the others? Can you please clarify that?
Say that one more time.
All of those dates I mentioned.
Mhm.
For which of those dates do you deny that your establishment was engaged in tobacco sales?
Dates.
Before you-
I can't recall exact date.
Hold on one second, Jacob. I would object again, probing into past CVNs. It's already been established that the establishment has been cited. Now Mr. Fernandez or the city is asking for admission of guilt, which I don't believe is proper. I believe what we're here for, again, is the specific date of June the 14th. Whether he was
Mr. Scott, I've noted your objection. I'm noting your objection, Mr. Scott, and I will overrule it because in fact, we want to know if he was selling cigarettes illegally. That's part of the whole deal. That's part of the problem. So, Mr. Fernandez, please proceed.
Okay, Mr. El Ghazali, I can read those dates back to you if you'd like. June 7th, 2021, July 9th, 2021, August 13th, 2021, February 5th, 2022, March 21st, 2022, July 21st, 2022, March 16th, 2023. After each of those inspections, your establishment was shut down for a minimum of 48 hours. That might help you recall the specific dates. On each of those dates, the health department alleged that you sold tobacco without the required permits. For which of those dates do you deny doing that? And for which do you acknowledge that an employee of yours may have sold tobacco without the required permit?
Well, I didn't have exact dates. Like I'm not, I can't recall like every single date because most of the time back then I was back in New York taking classes. So most of the times when there be violations or whatever, I just told them like I didn't have time to like come in and appeal it, whatever. Just pay the fine and then wait the 48 hours.
Okay.
That was most of the cases.
Okay, on each of those cease operations orders, on each of the, excuse me, on each of those inspection reports where it says you're to be ceased for 48 hours, it also notifies that you have to remove all tobacco products before reinspection. Isn't that right?
Yeah, yes,
And you passed reinspection because you got to reopen, right?
yes.
So at some point you removed the tobacco products. Isn't that right?
Yeah, well, that's what it looks like. Yes, that's what they did.
Okay, but then as evidenced by the subsequent cease operations order, the tobacco products found their way right back into your store. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes,
Okay, on May 26th, or I'm sorry, on June 14th, the inspection happened where, excuse me, let me go back. May 26th, you're issued a citation for selling tobacco without a permit and selling tobacco without checking for ID. Did I understand you correctly that after that citation, that's when you talked to your employee and said, I'm gonna buy a big locking metal cabinet, non-transparent, and you know, put the tobacco in there until I get back and then we'll figure it out. Did that happen after May 26th?
believe so. Yes,
Okay. So at that time, you knew that you'd have to pass a reinspection where the health department was satisfied that there was no tobacco in the premises before you could reopen, right?
yes.
Why didn't you remove the tobacco?
Because I was not. I still was in New York. I was still taking classes, so I told them just put them in the cabinet. Because the lady told me as long as I didn't see them, I'll be fine. And I still have recorded. I recorded everything. She said as long as I didn't see them, I don't want to see them. As long as I didn't see them like displayed in front of me, you'll be fine. So I was like, all right, I'll keep it safe till I'll get back in New York. She's like, do whatever, keep it. You know, I was like, all right, I keep it not displayed or like locked. So I can't tell them like to just throw it away. I'll tell them to lock it in till I go back to Philly and take care of it.
Why couldn't you just tell them to throw it away?
Because I'll have to like
You just want to.
yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Guess I had I was on my phone. I had an application. Because you know, I have to take care of it and it's either return them like I don't know, take care of them.
Okay,
Not
no further
throw them
questions.
away. Like
Thank you, Mr. Al-Ghazali.
yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, anyone else, any members of the board have any questions of the appellant? I do, sir. Have you ever submitted an application for retail sales of tobacco? Mr. Elizal,
What? Say that one more time.
have you ever submitted an application for a retail sales permit? Philadelphia,
Philadelphia, yes.
you did, what happened?
They said I would be held in a waiting list.
Okay, when did you submit that original application?
I didn't have I can't recall the exact dates, but it's been a minute, like it's been a little bit.
Okay, you've owned the store since 2020, so it would have to have been after that, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, before you bought the store, were you made aware of all the rules that were required to permit sales of tobacco in Philadelphia
After I bought the store,
before you bought it?
I would. Can you ask that one more time?
Before you bought the store, did you become familiar with all the rules required for compliance to operate a store in Philadelphia, tobacco sales store?
Well, when I bought the store, yeah, I was familiar with this. Yeah, I was told after I bought the store, like from the old owner, like what the process and stuff. Yes.
Have you owned or operated any other retail store in Philadelphia before now, for this one?
No.
This is the first one?
Yes.
Okay, I'm curious, you said you were in New York. What part of New York were you in when you were in school? Where is that?
Bronx, New York.
Bronx, okay. All right, thank you. If there's no further questions from anyone, I would.
I have a question just for clarity.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, I think I can direct this straight to Jody Watkins. Ms. Watkins, do you work for the Office of Food Protection?
Do I work for the Office of Food Protection? I work for Environmental Health Services, which houses the Office of Food Protection and Tobacco Unit. We're basically under the auspice of the director Dawn Kieswetter, and she oversees both units.
Okay, but do you work for the Office of Food Protection?
I work for the Environmental Health Services, meaning I don't work as a food inspector in a district. I oversee the tobacco unit, and we work in collaboration together as food inspectors. Some of my employees are food inspectors, so I do oversee those as well.
Mr.
So
Mr. Fernandez, excuse me, Mr. Fernandez, quick question for you.
Yes, sir.
His appeal is based on the closure that was ordered by the Office of Food Protection. Is that true?
I have to apologize.
That's what's on his appeal. So I'm just curious because of all the violations for the establishment as it relates to food.
Yeah.
That I don't see anything on here that relates to smoking as an appeal. I just want to clarify for me, please.
Yes, my understanding is that the appeal is of the 6/14/23 food facility inspection report. It's in Exhibit 1 of the city's evidence packet. Mr. Scott, please correct me if I've got a detail wrong, but I'm pretty certain that this is the document that was appealed. So I'll put it on my screen now. So it's the inspection report from June 14th, 2023. However, I would note it references, I believe one of these is the 5/26/23 CVN. So Ms. Wilkins testified, the undercover sting agent goes out, tries to buy tobacco. If they are able to buy tobacco, they report it. And then the health department, when they get to it, they send someone out and they actually cite that ticket. So Ms. Wilkins, please correct me if I've got any details wrong, but 5/26/23, the undercover person goes, buys tobacco without having their ID checked. It percolates through the health department system. And then on 6/14, a health department employee, a sanitarian, is sent out to do an inspection and to formally issue that 5/26/23 citation. Ms. Wilkins, is that all about right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, so to answer your question, Board Member Washington, this document is what was appealed. This also contains the cease operations order, which I understood as being, what's most at issue today. So this report, it memorializes the 5/26/23 citation. It provides an additional violation for still having tobacco for sale without a tobacco retailer permit, or for selling tobacco without a valid Philadelphia tobacco retailer permit, and it also executes the cease operations that results from those violations.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty, so we've had all the questions on the floor. I would then request a closing argument from Mr. Scott and then Mr. Fernandez.
So I would just ask, never mind, I can put it up on the screen myself. I think where we just left off is probably a good place for me to start. So I will share my screen. And here it states that the violation notice for 5/26/23 is violation number 643-5924-5. This is on page 29 of the city's exhibit. Going all the way back to page 2 of the city's exhibit. City's exhibit, page 2. I would point out that it is the same ticket number here, 643-5924-5. So according to this inspection report, he was cited. Part of the reason why the establishment was closed was for the citation that took place on May 26th. However, we also heard testimony from Ms. Wilkins that the establishment was already cited and closed for a 48-hour period, I believe, if memory serves correct, on May 26th. So essentially, they're citing him for a violation on June the 14th that took place on May 26th, when in fact, they've already punished him by issuing the 48-hour closure or cease or operations order for May 26th. So that's the first place I would like to begin. I think even going back more fundamentally is the fact that we've heard, first of all, I'd like to say that the city in this inspection report, and this is more housekeeping than anything, it's probably moot, but it's more housekeeping since we appealed everything on this report. The city has offered no evidence in support of items number 20 through 53. We did respond to those items in the appeal. So I would ask that the board not find that these violations have been affirmed since the city has not made out its case against my client with regards to these. With regards to the tobacco notices, it's a bit unfortunate the board, through its rulings, has permitted the city to cloud the waters, muddy the waters, by bringing in, the talk of the past violations. My client, has conceded that his establishment has sold. I'll stop the screen share so it's a little easier. My client has conceded that his establishment has sold tobacco products in the past. Again, that is not what is at issue here today. What is at issue is the specific violation that was issued with regards to June the 14th. And what the inspection report says is that on June the 14th, since he was already punished for May the 26th, they don't get to bring old evidence and charge him anew with a new ticket for something that allegedly happens at a future date. What that inspection report says is that allegedly the establishment sold tobacco products on that date and sold tobacco products to a minor on that date. The only evidence, we don't have the sanitarian who was present, whose name is on that report, and presumably who still works for the city, and therefore should have been present to give her personal observations as to what she saw on that date. Instead, we're hearing from a representative of the city, the custodian of records, if you will, attesting to the accuracy of the records. The accuracy and authenticity of the records is not in question. It's the specific allegations that are in question. And understandably, this is not a court, a criminal court, a civil court. The rules of evidence, are much relaxed for purposes of this administrative hearing, but still it's the city's burden. And if the city is going to allege that my clients engage in a pattern of behavior that was witnessed by a person or people, it's the city's responsibility to bring those individuals before this panel to make out their case. So those individuals can sit before this panel, be sworn under oath, can be cross-examined, and so that the panel can observe them, their demeanor, their expressions, and make the panels, give the panel the opportunity to make its own assessment as to the credibility of the witnesses. That's the purpose for having an administrative procedure. Notice and an opportunity to be heard on the record. And if someone makes out charges or allegations against you, to have the opportunity to challenge what that individual is saying and cross-examine them under oath. We have been denied of that opportunity because the city has not produced any witnesses to the alleged events. We've heard that there was this investigation, undercover sting operation that took place on May the 26th, where representatives from, I believe the acronym is HPC, Health Promotions Council, a third party, not even a city agency, someone who contracts with the city, allegedly sent individuals to the store on May 26th and conducted the sting operation. We have no idea as to the identity of these individuals. We have no evidence as to the fact, let's even for argument's sake, I'm not making the concession, but for argument's sake, let's say tobacco products were sold to these individuals on May 26th. What proof has the city offered that the person who the tobacco products were allegedly sold to was actually under the age of 21, other than Ms. Wilkins' testimony? That's the only evidence, quote unquote, the city offers. And Ms. Wilkins testified credibly. I have no reason to doubt the accuracy or veracity of what she's saying. She testified credibly when she said, I was not there. I cannot tell you what happened on that day. So we are hearing hearsay evidence or testimony about something that someone else allegedly said. Now, you heard from my client that every day that's closed, that the store is closed, it costs him money. There is real consequences to the store being closed. The store was shuttered on June the 14th. As we sit here today, it is July the 18th. That is approximately 32 to 33 days that the store has been closed. I can give you a dollar figure that my client estimates that it has cost him for every day of closure, but I don't think it matters. Because I think, the panel is suitably positioned to make its own judgment as to the fact that substantial sums of money has been lost to a small business. You see the business. You see what it looked like. This isn't some grand operation. This isn't a chain store. This isn't a CVS. This is a neighborhood store that is attempting to fill a void in a vulnerable population in the city of Philadelphia. And I would concede that because of the demographics, it is important that the city have the opportunity to properly oversee operations in these establishments, whether it's for health reasons, environmental reasons, compliance with the code, compliance with the health code, et cetera. We would entirely agree with that. Whatever past transgressions my client, the store, might have engaged in, and again, it's just for argument's sake, we're saying this, whatever transgressions they might have engaged in, that itself is not evidence of the fact that they engaged in the same practice on that day in question. If I happen to jaywalk across Broad Street near City Hall and I get cited for it, the city can't come or can't charge me with jaywalking 2 weeks later because I was jaywalking on that particular day. That's not how it works. You can't say that because this individual did something in the past, they definitely, or it's evidence of the fact that they did it again in the future. My client testified truthfully that prior to May 26th, his establishment, based on his understanding, had in fact sold tobacco products in violation of the code, and he paid the penalty for that. He also testified truthfully that since May 26th, his establishment has not sold tobacco products at the store. Why? Because he issued a directive to his employees. He provided them with a mechanism to remove the products from display and to keep them hidden away from view and locked behind a cabinet with a key. He also testified during direct examination that he was called by someone at the store when he was there, and he was ordered to open the cabinet by the health inspector, which means that when she showed up on the premises, the cabinet was locked. Why was it locked? Because he was preparing to remove the products from the store. Now, you heard Mr. Fernandez ask him a reasonable question. Why did you not just dispose of the tobacco? Well, we don't just dispose of tobacco because tobacco is a regulated product. You can't just throw it in the trash because obviously there's no guarantee it would not be accessed by members of the public. I think that's a reasonable response. You did not hear that come out of my client's mouth, but he told you that he attempted to secure it before removing these products. So I would ask that the board, in the light of the totality of the evidence provided, in light of the totality of the only individual with personal knowledge as to the operations in that store who testified today, that the board find that the city has not made out its case that my client violated, or specifically that my client sold tobacco products on June the 14th, or sold tobacco products to a minor on June the 14th, or committed any of the other health infractions for which it was cited on June the 14th.
Thank you. Mr. Fernandez?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be very brief here. What the board has heard today is the history of an establishment with a long history of violating the code, and specifically of violating the requirement that only permit holders sell tobacco in the city of Philadelphia. Now, you heard about all of those prior cease operations, the 7 that occurred prior to June 14th. And you also heard testimony that they were not appealed. The CVNs documenting the code violation were not appealed, and the ensuing food facility inspection reports that actually executed the cease operations and resulted in a significant blow to the appellant's businesses, you heard that those weren't appealed either. Now, as the board is, I'm sure, extremely familiar with, there is a requirement for people that wish to contest a city action. They have to take their administrative appeal. And if they don't, they have failed to exhaust their administrative remedies. Here, that is exactly what we have for June 7th, 2021, July 9th, 2021, August 13th, 2021, February 5th, 2022, March 21st, 2022, July 21st, 2022, and March 16th, 2023. We have a failure to exhaust administrative remedies, which is tantamount to an admission. So putting that aside for 1 second, opposing counsel drew a lot of attention to the June 14th, 2023 inspection. And opposing counsel correctly pointed out that the witness that we had available today, Ms. Jody Wilkins, wasn't personally at the store. I would remind the board that the appellant's witness, the person they chose to produce at this hearing, was also not at the store. And so I would ask the board to look at the credibility of both witnesses, to look at the photographs that were attached to that June 14th, 2023 inspection report. And especially, I want the board to take into consideration that even if tobacco had been removed from the premises at that time, a cease operations, a 14-day cease operations order would still have been issued, because that was when the health department was going to execute the cease operations order resulting from the May 26, 2023 citation. So May 26th, undercover agent goes out, the place sells them tobacco, and at that point, it's going to result in a 14-day cease operations order the next time health department goes out after they've processed the citation. That's what happened on June 14th, 2023. Even if no violations had been observed, the place was still going to be shut down for 14 days. Now, the opposing counsel pointed out the cost to his client, the fact that his business still remains ceased and unable to operate. We've now had on the record an admission regarding past tobacco sales. We have those failures to exhaust administrative remedies, which are legally tantamount to an admission on the record. All appellant has to do is sign that attestation. And you heard Ms. Wilkins testify about why we do it, why we require repeat offenders to sign that attestation. We want to see some intent that they're actually going to recognize and address the violation. You know, this is a strong policy. 14 days cease operation. It's a significant penalty, and that's why it's reserved only for repeat offenders, and not second time, third time and onwards. Here we have the 8th occasion that this place has been issued a cease operations. You have an admission about past tobacco sales. You have the continuing existence of tobacco products on the premises. The place is only shut down because the owner, the appellant, doesn't want to sign that attestation, which only results in him stating something that has already been established before this board. Finally, I would just point out, opposing counsel mentioned that the city has a burden of providing the evidence in its case. And I would just counter that here before the Board of L&I review, the appellant has the witness. There's a presumption in favor of the city agents' behavior. You heard him testify that he believes Ms. Wilkins testified accurately regarding the record. And so I would ask the board to, taking into account the totality of the evidence, the credibility of the witnesses, and all of the testimony they've heard today, to rule in favor of the city, uphold the cease operations order that was issued on June 14th, 2023. And if that does come to pass, the health department will be happy to lift the cease operations order as soon as the appellant signs the attestation. I believe the reinspection fee was already paid, but if any of those other smaller requirements were also outstanding, take care of those, and he can go right back into business. I would just put here before the board and in front of everyone, I would please ask going forward to take heed of the code requirements, take heed of the permit requirements, and if the appellant does resume operations, please take whatever steps are necessary to ensure that no further tobacco sales occur at the premises. Thank you, members of the board.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, having heard the evidence as well as testimony and closing statements, we will call the vote on HA 2023-002-756, 5042 North 5th Street, Harlot, KBB Mini Mart Inc., City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous, city affirmed. Mr. Scott, that means you lost the appeal, of course, and you have every right, if you choose, to appeal this decision to the Court of Common Pleas. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, let's call the final case.
Before we do, members of the board, my colleague would like to have a word.
Oh, okay.
My apologies, Chairman. If we could just revisit number 19 on the list, appeal number HA 2022 -003561. I just wanted to request that the city's exhibits be admitted in its entirety.
Okay, so move.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we were missing, Mr. Wade, who were we waiting on now? Is that Mr. Kelly? You're muted, Mr. Wade.
Case number 21, there was settlement discussion going on, so I'll call that in now. Case number
Okay.
21, hearing appeal number HA 2022-003426. 1108 through 12 Frankfurt Ave. Michael Sobo Whiskey. Doing business as Bailey LLC.
Okay, Mr. Cohen, is that yours?
Yes, and I'm very pleased to say that we've reached an agreement to settle that renders this appeal moot. The city will be reinstating the special assembly occupancy license, subject to the terms of our agreement. So that, and lifting the police disapproval, which is the subject of this appeal, hence rendering it moot.
Okay, now, the agreement, since there was an appeal, I'd like to put on the record the essential elements of the agreement. And also, is the opposing counsel present?
I am, Commissioner. My name is
Okay.
Natalie Flestorny, and I represent the appellant.
Okay, thank you. Would you mind spelling your last name, please?
Of course, KLYA, S as in Sam, H, T as in Tom, O, R as in Robert, N as in Nancy, Y.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Cohen, would you sort of share the agreement, please?
I can send a copy to Mr. Wade, or I can email a copy to Mr. Wade for the record if that's required.
Well, plus we need to vote on it. That's what we've done traditionally. We need to hear what you've agreed to. Given that there was an appeal,
Actually,
now unless
that-
you're withdrawing the
I had
appeal.
asked Administrator Wade about that, because the city is lifting its disapproval and rendering the appeal moot. Does a moot resolution need to be voted on?
No, a moot resolution does not need to be voted on.
So that's essentially what the city is putting forward. We're rescinding disapproval and allowing the license to be reinstated. So that's why I'm not sure the board needs to vote, so
Well,
long as we.
is there there's no further penalty for the appellant, meaning fines or other penalties?
There weren't going to be any fines in this case anyway, as it was just the disapproval. As far as I know, we don't assess fines on a disapproval
Okay.
of a license.
Okay, so it's a moot matter and Miss, and I really apologize.
That's okay, Flestorny.
Flestorny, is that your understanding as well, that this is? a
That
moot
is
matter?
correct, Your Honor. That's correct, board member.
Okay, just want to check very quickly with Mr. McSherry. There are no issues that I understand, correct?
No issues. It's fine to mark it as moot. Yep.
Okay, so we'll note that matter is moot. Okay, thank you.
I apologize for interrupting, but before we conclude, in the matter that I just presented, I didn't verbally request that my exhibits be moved into evidence. And I'd like to make that request now, with apologies for the lateness.
Okay, so move.
Thank you.
Okay. Alrighty, do we have anything else that we need to deal with before we sign off for tonight?
No.
If not, thank you very much.
Excuse me.
Ma'am?
Hello?
Yes,
My case was never heard.
what is your case?
421 North 9th Street, or
Your-
maybe
your-
under 461 North
Your
9th
case-
Street.
Your case was heard, it was moot complied, your landlord came on and was told that the case was resolved. That was called at the
case
beginning. I don't
The
believe you
case
joined.
was resolved?
Yes,
Okay,
okay.
Okay, if you have
Okay,
any further
thank
questions,
you.
please call the office, okay?
okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, everyone have a good night.
Good night.
Thank you.